marathons before, but feel free to read the chat and answer any questions you see there.
The gaming membership, the gaming headset.
Yeah,
now
I have the chat open.
Gaming.
Okay, we're live. Hello everyone. This is Golden Sun, the Lost Age. I'm casinocoin on Twitch, and I'm here with my commentator, FX.
Yo.
So
yeah,
I'm just gonna do a brief stat manip here at the start. That's based on how many times you clear certain names, and yeah, I don't know if you want to say anything, Effect?
Yeah, the stat manips and stuff. It's also for some gin, right? You like get different gin on your union.
Yes, that's right.
That's a pretty big deal. So I think we're mostly looking for Zephyr and I think it's Granite and Flash. Those are the really important ones. And anything else is just a bonus. So yeah, I'll be reading chat while we wait for the setup. Are there any categories that killed Dullahan? Until recently, we didn't actually have a category where Dullahan was a kill target, but now we have like a quote-unquote 100% type thing where all bosses need to be killed as well. So that's where Dullahan gets killed, and it doesn't take that long. Like, you'd be surprised how weak Dullahan can be.
Well, yeah, if there are, excuse me, if there are any names people in chat would like to name any of the characters, we got 5 letters, just post a name in chat. I don't think there's a command for it, but yeah, go ahead, post a name in chat if you'd like to name one of the characters.
Named Felix Isaac. That's kind of funny.
Okay, that should be good on the clears. Well,
yeah, so the reason the clears actually give us different gin and stats and stuff is because whenever you like reset this like name menu, the method for like RNG determination shifts a bit, so you can just slightly move over in the RNG to get different stats in gin. And because Golden Sun isn't really all that random, it's easy to have some like consistent setup.
Yeah. Go ahead and pick some names here. I wonder what Gabamba puzzle I will get now.
Oh yeah, that's also a thing that's changed. And there's also one other puzzle that's changed.
Trial Road, I think.
Ah yes, that's it. Yeah, so we're just gonna give dumb names to all the characters, I'm assuming, and then.
And then we'll.
I mean,
we'll
Ivan's just dead, isn't he? So.
Yeah, I mean, a corpse can have a name.
That's true. That is true. Also,
Alright.
Ivan is actually useful in this run. I mean, Ivan is pretty useful in all the runs, but he usually is just really frail.
Okay, so I'm gonna hit start. Or well, I'm gonna confirm his last name, and then that'll be time when time starts. I'll give a countdown. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright. So we're gonna get dropped off in some nice RP. Cutscenes are, after all, the lifeblood of Golden Sun, so... So yeah, a lot of the speedrun is also just mashing through text, because mashing is a little bit faster. And the main reason you want to mash is because if you happen to hit B or A at the right time, it will actually clear the text boxes a frame early, so you can save a lot of time over the course of a run. But in TLA they also added you can just hold B to clear text, so during the really long cutscenes you might just hold B and roll with it, lose a little bit of time, but it's not that bad. I mean, Isaac was worried about pizza, it seems like.
My man's hungry.
Yeah, that seems like it. Just... I can really... There's some good... some really great memes going up. Yeah, there isn't much to say, we're just going through the cutscene. Just listen to the music, appreciate how good the Venus Lighthouse theme is, and... So the, I was actually not familiar with the estimate on this run, but I think it's, in the high, like 5 hours or 6 hours, something like that?
Oh no. So originally, right. That's right. So originally I set my estimate at 8 hours, 20 minutes. Because I thought to myself, well, you know, every time I de-rust this game, I get like about 8 hours. So, you know, that's great. And that'll work. And then I went ahead and got consistent about 6.5 hours run times in my past week. So yeah, we're gonna go under estimate here.
Famous last words.
Well, that's true, but in my last practice run, I did lose 1 hour on the last boss because of unforeseen agility problem, and I was still underestimate. So,
Fair enough. Yeah, so we're just going through the whole tutorial thing up next, which is a lot of just pressing Fume, because I don't know why they made Fume that strong for the early game, but you just one-shot everything with it.
yeah, I think I glossed over it, but I did set the text speed to fast, which can't remember. I think normal text is like rendered by letter or something.
Yeah, so normal just loads one letter per frame, and on fast text speed you will get one word per frame, or one phrase depending on what language you're in. So also the skipping text thing becomes like faster when you skip whole words instead of just letters, which is also another reason to play on fast. So Alex is just gonna mercilessly destroy that guy. And the next, because, you know, he doesn't care. He just wants people to get out of his way. Yeah, so Dark Dawn was actually really enjoyable. It's a cool game. It's like on the same level as like TBS and TLA. Not really, but it's still Golden Sun, and it's still got everything that made the first games good. It just doesn't really innovate that much. Like the touchscreen thing is just kind of awkward, but it's still a good game. Would definitely recommend you just play it, even if you've been hearing that it's not good. Because if people are saying it's not good, they're wrong. Dark Dawn is a great game as well, in its own right.
Yeah, so as FX is saying, we're just gonna spam Fume in these fights. Easy kills.
Yeah, it's supposed to introduce you to the concept of like battles in Golden Sun, because they weren't expecting everybody to also have the first game, so they made the intro fairly easy. All you need to do is press Fume to kill these guys. And it gives you a good idea for what you're supposed to be doing in these fights. Like, because Fume is also somewhat expensive in the really early game, so you'll see that the synergy goes down, and, you know, for a casual player, you'll start to get the hang of it pretty quick. But here we're just gonna, yeah, as mentioned, press Fume a couple times until everything's down.
I'm not sure if you're familiar with the RNG manip we're doing. It's just the beginning here.
Yeah, you're going for double attacks first, is it, right?
Yes.
Exactly.
So I'm gonna attack here instead of using Fume. And then just Fume to finish him off.
Yeah, exactly. So this is because of how the game handles RNG. It's not actually random. So by attacking first, we're shifting our random numbers over by 5, and then by hitting Fume afterwards, we're advancing 5 extra basically, which is the whole point. So we end up in a territory of RNG where we get attacks first on the next encounter, but also on the encounter after that, which is quite rare. It's like 1 in a couple thousand to get double attacks first. So it's a quick little thing, and RNG manip quickly goes out the window in NSQ because there's like too many variables. But because we're right at the beginning, it's useful. So Alice is just going to give us our quest. We still need to do all the other lighthouses, obviously, but this one isn't going so well.
Yes. Felix fought Bubsy on top of the lighthouse, if you will. and when the lighthouse was lit, there was a huge earthquake, and now we're on the ocean.
Ionic Iris saying the summon animations are incredible, but we're probably going to see most of them. Yeah, so we're not using that many of them actually. We're sticking to the really OP ones, and we're skipping all the cutscenes too, of course. One that we have to look forward to is our big dragon boy in Eclipse, which is Jupiter. Like Jupiter summons are in general like super strong in these games. Like the first game as well. Just for some reason, Jupiter is just much better than the other elements in terms of how effective it is against enemies. There's just more enemies that are weak to Jupiter than anything else. So it works out nicely.
Alright, why don't we check our limbs? Why not? We got a little bit of time.
I mean, yeah, it's a good thing to check your limbs. Well, the arms are working. Feet seem to be working too. Perfect.
Yep. Those crippling internal injuries, don't worry about it.
That's fine. You just got hit by a tsunami, but you're chilling.
Alright, so skipping Kraden, right? Do you know why this is faster? Exactly? Like, how many text boxes?
I'm not that familiar with like the speed strats, but it should just save time because of like, yeah, Kraden just catches up super quick. So you're saving time by not having to run it yourself. That's probably the main reason. And then you're losing some time on the text boxes because you're getting some extras. But because Kraden is like dashing that quick, you're gonna save time overall.
Alright, so regarding the names, I would normally name most characters one letter. I'm not sure if this is actually faster. It's something to do with battle, I think.
No, so it's not actually faster anywhere to have one letter on every character except for the main character. And that is debatable now because you don't actually have that many. You don't actually get the slow text because you can change your menu in text right away. But yeah, I think it's like one letter is faster only because of the slow text speed at the beginning in the intros. Same in the first game, where it's faster to have Isaac as one letter because you'll be saving time during the small portion of the game where you can only have normal text speed where it draws one letter per frame. So having fewer letters will be faster.
Oh wow!
But from the moment you have fast text speed, it doesn't matter anymore. Or at least there's been no case found where it matters.
Oh well, then there we go. But just at the beginning there is when it matters.
Yep. So you've lost quite a bit of time at the beginning actually in terms of frames because of all the silly names. But well, the things we do to have an enjoyable stream. I mean, Isaac was very worried about pizza, and we got to know that one.
Right, so we collected our first Djinn.
Yeah, Echo, objectively better than Flint.
Yes. Echo, in the first game, the first Jin you get, Flint, says, hey, you know, you're really dumb and you clearly have no idea how the battle system works, so I'm going to teach you. While Echo says, he asks you, do you want to have a tutorial? And you can say no.
Yeah, Echo's like, are you smart or, you know, do you need help? And then if you want, you can say no. But yeah, we're coming up on our first dungeon where the point is to get our rope grabbing synergy. But I think we only grab that later on, don't we? Or do you get it right away?
No, you get it right away.
Alright, yeah.
You basically clear out this dungeon for everything that it's worth right here at the beginning. That's right, I didn't get an encounter outside, so second encounter. So that's my second attacks first. So everything from now on should be random.
Yeah. No more RNG minute, unfortunate. But so yeah, in the early game we actually kill some things depending on what we face, I think. But yeah, we're just gonna go through this dungeon real quick. So now we're gonna drain our synergy. There isn't a better way to do it here. Which is unlucky, so we have to actually hard cast all these moves.
Retreat warping. Would you like to explain retreat warping?
So when you don't have enough synergy to use retreat and then you use it anyway, the game will tell you, well, you don't have enough synergy to do that, but then it will still run all the code as if you cast it. So the game will think you're in the first room, allocate like door numbers accordingly, and then obviously the room you're in is not the first room, so the door numbers don't match, and the game just sends you to somewhere deeper into the dungeon, or out if you're trying to leave.
Yeah,
and also you become immune to some effects don't work anymore.
It depends on where you are in the or what entrance to the dungeon that you used, because that changes what your first room of the dungeon is.
But yeah, there are a ton of uses for retreat. Like even just using retreat normally to get out of some very deep dungeons is fine, but the main use in speedruns is obviously to break the game and skip large parts of dungeons. Well done, old man. So yeah, you can climb the ropes. So we're gonna get Lash here. And then we have to go back through the dungeon to get our Jin. So...
our first Mercury Jin.
Yeah, we're gonna go get Fold, who is not particularly useful, but we need him for the summons later. Oh, nice, attacks first. So yeah, whenever we have attacks first, we're just gonna run away, because when you have attacks first as a combat effect, your run chances increase to 100%. Whereas normally it's not nearly that high of a chance. Alright, unlucky. So using a critical hit is actually slower there, most likely, because it would have died without. So we're gonna just do the same retreat warp, go through the whole thing again, but take a different turn. Because here's our Jin. And we're just gonna press Fume and and Venus, so yeah. Not too much to say about these battles. The early battles are you don't have access to that many strategic options, so it's just quite simple. You just press whatever button does the most damage.
Things get a little wilder later in the game. Also, much of the early game is mostly just collecting Jin. Like a lot of what we're doing in the early game is collecting Jin. We're building up power basically for the later areas.
Yeah, we're on a big fetch quest, guys. That's what we're doing now. So we're on our way to the next dungeon. Well, dungeon. We're going to Shrine of the Sea God. And we're going to do some more retreat warp stuff, but in a different way. What does save and quit do? It resets our RNG, so we're not allowed to do it in this category. Because saving and quitting and then loading the save up again will give you deterministic RNG. And then you can manipulate what your enemies do and everything. And the whole point of this specific category is that you cannot do that. You have to just play the game kind of as intended. Well, with the caveat that you can still use glitches. So we're saving the kid. So we're gonna grab the Jin first and then do the retreats, yeah?
Well, you have to do the retreats to get to the Jin.
Oh, really? Fair enough. So yeah, we're gonna make sure our synergy is low enough so that when we cast retreat, it won't work. And then we're just gonna go through the doors a couple times, end up out of bounds. We're gonna line up on a specific area and just run up until we see a red flash, and then we go left. And this will put us closer to the Jin. And you can see the footsteps there. But we're gonna go the other way because we're rebels.
The area I'm in right now, you're not supposed to be able to access until later, I think?
Yeah, you need the gem to access this.
Oh. We're just sort of skipping ahead here.
So, I wonder if you know the massive time save for this one. Oh, you don't? Aye.
Massive
you can interact with the Jin from around the corner. You don't have to stand that close.
What?
Yeah. You can stay like on the corner on that ledge instead of going all the way around and interact. Saving frames, but you didn't. It's unlucky.
Wow. You'll see it. Wow.
Oh, that's a big yikes. But you get another try then. He ran away. Yeah, so this is one thing that happens a lot in the NSQ category, where the Jin will just say, not feeling like it, and they just run, and then you have to reset the room to reload the Jin and do it again. So potentially you can lose quite a bit of time if the rooms are quite big, or there's like an elaborate puzzle that you have to do.
Oh my.
Yeah, so if you stand at the corner, like you can go up and just like make him move, and then you can interact with him from the corner instead of like...
Oh, I see. Very fancy.
There you go. It's quite good. It doesn't really save that much time, but if you know about it, it's free time saving. So yeah, the interact range on a lot of things in this game is kind of crazy. So you can just interact with things you aren't supposed to be able to interact with in a lot of cases. which goes for some statues that you have to move as well. You can pull them from directions you're not supposed to be able to pull them from, and just all kinds of craziness. So yeah, that's that dungeon done. Gonna head to the plateau, and I think here we're gonna just be running away from stuff because we're now high enough level to actually have a decent chance. So the way the game determines whether or not you can run is by taking your average level compared to, I think it's just the average level of the enemies you're fighting, but it might be the highest level of like one of the enemies.
I thought it was by area. Like there's a set level by area, and if you don't
I think your
reach that,
encounter rate is by area, but you might also have run chance by area. That one isn't entirely clear to me. I know the like encounter rates are by area for sure.
I'm actually gonna run from most enemies that I encounter in this early area because it's not worth fighting them.
Yeah, we don't get enough experience or any valuable items, and especially the experience part is irrelevant because we're gonna mostly be using Isaac's party, or I guess Felix's party in this case, when we get to the reunion. So we're just gonna grab this and then, yeah, so I'm assuming we're retreating again and grabbing the armor.
Yes.
Yeah, cool. So that's also another cool retreat trick that's actually unique to this game, where if you loot a chest and then you retreat warp, you'll actually be able to, in some cases, loot something useful again. And the reason it happens only in this game is actually because they didn't have enough space in the memory. So the way they've had to add all the extra items that they still needed to do is by just putting them somewhere where they still have some space. So it happens that when you retreat warp, you'll load up new items into the locations where the former was supposed to be. So we picked up the mint, and then picked up the vest as well. They were just gonna press Fume and Ray because iron is. I think iron is actually pretty useful, or do we not use him?
Well, he's useful in that gets us Ramses, I guess.
Yeah,
and some
but we don't
extra
actually
stats.
use iron. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, Ramses is super quick and does a lot of damage for the early game.
Well, the thing I say that, but I don't think we use Ramses in the next run either.
Really? Wait, but
for-
Ramses is like super quick.
For a couple fights maybe, but not just in general.
Well, that tells you how much I know about TLA, guys. Like, I know like quite a lot about these games, but not the specifics of some of the speedruns. I'm not too familiar. I'm mostly on the first game in terms of all the knowledge, but still.
Rats have also changed recently for this game. This game recently underwent a bit of a reroute, so
Yeah.
there may be some different things from the old route.
So we're back at the plateau. Gonna go for cannon now. Who also gives us some nice energy items. He's very nice. Also, yeah, I forgot to mention it, but Wazanki had a very good comment where the Jupiter Djinn is flying, but we still have footsteps because logic. So yeah, with the item that we actually got from the Djinn as well, we can now smash stuff into the ground, eliminate his flight route, and just get another quick Djinn.
Hopefully.
Unless he runs, you know. You never know.
So here's our use of Ramses in this fight. And I hope you liked it, because I don't think we use it again.
It's
Or-
great. You can just get the nice view of the desert and then just bang.
Well, just gonna have to retreat.
So yeah, retreat after cannon to get to Majra. And then we're gonna go for a quick menu, I think. Or is it just the setup that we want to have anyway?
I'll be setting that up. Oh, yeah, that's right. So I gave FX my notes. The images are attached a little weirdly. So that menu I'm going to do after getting the pirate sword in the cliffs area near.
Oh, so
Nearby.
it's not quite yet.
Not quite yet.
But yeah. And are inns still like a thing? Do we still like walk into inns in NSQ?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm taking the inn right now.
That's a quick way to cover some synergy. But yeah, cannon, if I remember, is actually quite useful. Does a lot of damage
Yes.
for the early game. I think it's just a flat plus attack mod. It doesn't actually like. It's not a percentage mod, so it's not as strong later on anymore. But early on, it does a lot of damage.
It also converts your attack into a Mars-based attack, which matters for
yeah.
the weaknesses of some enemies.
Yeah, especially in the overworld, enemies are usually weak to Mars. If you end up fighting them. So here we see Pierce, who's going to be our final party member in a bit, but right now he's just chilling in prison.
Yes, chilling. I see what you did there.
Unintentional, but yeah, sure. Pretend I was just being really lame and making a joke like that. But yeah, as mentioned earlier, most of the early game is just running around collecting all the Jinn to have stronger summons. And once we have enough like battle power, we'll go and just clear everything. So it will seem like we're going nowhere for quite a while, and then suddenly every dungeon gets cleared, and then the game is over.
Yeah, kind of.
That's pretty much how it goes in this game.
Like, we go all over the place, but once you get, I think it's once you get the boat, you pretty much go from dungeon to dungeon, and then suddenly
Yeah.
the game is.
And you break quite a lot of them as well, so it just goes super quick. There's a couple really cool skips for dungeons that we found that don't even involve retreat necessarily, but we're quite a ways off from doing that. Chat saying they think it's kind of stupid how long it takes for Pierce to join the team after you first meet him. And since I haven't played Teal in a long time, like casually, I wouldn't know. Do you have any idea how long it takes for Pierce to join?
Yeah, so you actually go through like several dungeons, and actually fight a few bosses before Piers actually joins you, and it's funny because
That's-
he joins you right before you get the boat, and then once you get the boat, you just blow through every dungeon and finish the game.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. But when you do get Pierce, he's quite strong early on. Because Diamond Dust.
Yes. Piers is several levels over your party's level. Oh wow, that's right. Yeah, so I was just running from a troll there, but I was having a more difficult time running from the troll. I believe because I'm in a different area. Pretty sure.
Yeah, it might just be that the troll is a higher level one in that area. So then, because the area has just set up as slightly higher, and then you just struggle with running. So we're
I still do not
just
know.
gonna head right back out of that desert. We're not feeling it for now. But yeah, it's kind of, sometimes it's a guessing game. You know, like, do you think you're high enough level to run away, or do you think you should kill it instead for like a slightly faster average timing? It's an interesting question, and it actually comes up later on in this run with some new strats that are actually devised by our current runner himself.
In part, yeah.
I think the checking like of the numbers has been done by Plexa, but the idea, conception, you can take credit.
No, unfortunately, well, I mean, sort of. I did a run, and the strat originally. Well, okay, I guess we should talk about that when we get there.
When we get there, it's
But yeah,
a couple hours away, guys. Don't worry, we'll get there eventually.
but there are new strats. There are new strats for some of the later game areas.
You're seeing the cutting edge gameplay, guys. You're not gonna see it anywhere else. This is where you saw it first.
So I'm just gonna clean up a little bit, do some shopping.
I mean, shopping is important, especially since we're, heading into lockdowns again. We need to get all the shopping done now, while you still can.
One elix for a boss. Coming up, I will buy one single elixir, fill up on herbs. So I don't have to use PP because I'm going to need to conserve my PP for the next dungeon. Coming up pretty soon. Oops. Yeah, I actually better heal that off. I'm gonna fight a Jin
Yeah,
here.
you don't want
Somewhat dangerous.
to head into caught by surprise, Jin. Alright, so here's Sour, who is quite dangerous sometimes. I think Froth is okay for us.
Frost is his next move is also okay. Not bad.
Oh, he even had nice targeting. So yeah, that Jin can hit quite hard and be a real pain. But luckily, like assuming you might die to it, the town is right there, so you wouldn't lose that much time.
That was attacks first.
Yep, it was.
I have a bit of difficulty. You only get a very brief moment to see the text.
Yeah,
It
you get.
says it was a
I think it's
text.
about 3 frames before the text is gone. So you have to. Also, you went from attacks first into caught by surprise, which is, I guess, fairly thematic. The way they set up all the numbers, it kind of happens fairly often, which is annoying.
Oops. You can see we're passing by. We're passing by a town of Garou, which is a town full of werewolves. But you know, werewolves too spooky for us, so we're not going to go there.
This 3 poopy, 5 out of 5 me. That's for sure. Needs to be way higher level, so we're just gonna skip for now.
The gin menu in this game is also a lot stickier than in the first game, so you might see me get a little stuck on some of, like, trying to set or stand by my gin. Might get a little stuck on them for a little bit there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird because in the first game there's like some buffers that actually just like save your input for quite a few frames, so you can actually go through gym menus quite easily. But it doesn't seem to be the same way in TLA. It might have to do with that they had to make the menu accommodate like 8 party members and all that, so it's just slower in general. Yeah, we're gonna go for RRLAT4 just right now. Going through. You could call it an antechamber, it's not really, but just on our way to the gates. Sacred Feather. Unlucky that we're not high enough level to actually use those. Emus are decent experience though, so it's not that bad to get them. So we're just gonna clear this puzzle where you have to run around and cast Whirlwind a bunch on these little stones to clear out all the dust. They just, you know, nobody's been here for a while. They just haven't cleaned up, you know. So we're just gonna do their job for them. So complete most of the puzzle, retreat out, so it should be faster to just do it all over again. Just with a clear path this time.
Oh yeah. Are you familiar with map data clearing?
Yeah,
I'm just gonna do
just
that.
with resetting usually. I'm not too familiar with how it's done in TLE and SQ.
Okay, so normally if you go out of bounds, however you like to do that, the out of bounds environment is affected by the map data that the game has stored. But you can actually clear. This is discovered by Ragnatrace. He, a valuable member of our community. He discovered that if you move the cursor on the world map to different areas, it sets your map data to be a different value.
Oh, that's awesome.
So normally in North Save and Quit you can't really clear your map data away, but with this world map strat you can clear away the garbage junk data and make your out of bounds environment much more useful.
Yeah, so puzzle solved. Time to climb. Yeah, no, that's actually pretty cool. I didn't know that. I mean, I think I've seen it, but I forgot that was how it worked. But yeah, it's pretty neat discovery, and it feels kind of random as well, right? You just go to the map and you move your cursor and it changes your data. It's like, whoa, alright. But yeah, if it works, it works. Like I was saying, the dungeon is so long casually. It's pretty long for the speedrun too.
Although much shorter than the casual run through.
That's true. But it's still quite lengthy for a dungeon.
Oh yeah, so we're coming up on the blind climb. I don't know.
Ah, yeah. So we're gonna clear our lower our synergy and or is it already lowered?
Well, I'm trying to
Or
use.
if you're gonna have a pillar here to use it for you.
I'm trying to use a cure with Felix to get it lower, but you end up regenning quite a bit by the time you get there. But we are gonna.
Yeah, even though they lowered the regen in this game compared to the first one, your regen synergy is lower.
Yeah. We still
But
managed
still-
to regen quite a bit.
Still way too much. Yeah. But yeah, we're gonna.
Yeah, do you want to describe the blind climb?
So, yeah, so the idea is that we can use retreat to glitch the game and then start climbing the ladder. And usually you're supposed to transition into a new screen, but because we're in retreat mode, the game doesn't realize that that we're supposed to switch to the new screen, obviously, because it thinks we're still in the first room and we're just solving the first puzzle, you know. So it just thinks we don't actually have to change the screen. So the screen won't move with you as you climb the ladder, but all the tiles are there. They're all loaded, so you can still climb the whole wall. It's just without seeing it. So you just have to know where everything is.
Well, I'm going to navigate the next room without being able to see it. An important thing about this is that the next room transition is not the top of the next ladder is not loaded, so I can do some really weird things with I basically enter an area where there's no it should be I'm entering the next screen, but instead I enter an area where it's just like a flat. I'm having difficulty describing this, but
I mean, it's effectively out of bounds, but you can.
Yeah.
I think you can still solve. You can still solve the puzzle that's there.
It's sort of like you're where the screen should be transitioning, but there's nothing there. And there's no screen transition. So even though you get to the top of a ladder, instead of going to the next area, it just puts you out of bounds, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird because in the first game, if you get to the top of a ladder and you disable loading zones, the ladders are all boxed in, but it's not the case for ladders in this game.
I actually just remembered. So I got an encounter, which means I'm not in retreat mode anymore, and I had better get back into it before I climb back up, or else
Oh, you'll load it anyway.
I'll end up entering a loading zone. Alright, so now I'm in that weird out of bounds area, so I get an encounter. Oh, I guess I can use this PP now. Yeah, so PP management in this dungeon, at least in the first areas, are actually really important because it wastes a lot of time if you run out in the wrong place. But I should be good now to just use Use PP. The reason why is because there are these purple whirlwind statues that you have to use the whirlwind psi energy on. And if Shiva's PP is too low, obviously you can't use the psi energy, so then you're just stuck running around trying to regen PP, which is quite bad, so conservation of PP is very important just in the early parts. Could be past it now though, so be able to use Shiva's PP again. There's also a convenient my crystal, which will let me refill my PP right in the entrance. That'll be useful for something else later in the dungeon as well.
Yeah, so now we're on the interior, which is where most people will recognize all the features, because the outside is a bit meh. It's just a giant slab, granite, and you're just climbing it. But the inside is quite nice.
There's an out of bounds in this area that I will be attempting, but if it doesn't work out, then well, I'll just solve the puzzle normally, or sort of anyway. I'm also going to try and do a type of clip here. You know how these work, FX?
The clips. Yeah, so it's got to do with they use square boxes for the pillars, but you can stand on like the pixel edges, and it will think you're in like a different tile and let you pull it. Nice, you actually got it.
It's sub-pixel dependent, but in essence you clip inside the pillar. Oops. And it puts you on top.
Yeah, it's like I can't explain it for you, but the collision detection is kind of like a circle for those pillars, but the like the area in which the z coordinate, the z coordinate is like higher, is a square. So you can be on the square where the coordinate is elevated, but you can still be moving closer because the actual collision is a circle.
Another one here. I also want to waste all my PP for another retreat. I'm going to be doing soon.
Yeah, so this is the fastest way to drain energy, other than spamming heals. But since everybody's full HP, we have to drain in a different way, and this is the best way to do it.
Hopefully I get this clip as well. That one saves a lot more time than the other one.
Yeah, we're just skipping quite a lot of... Saving the time.
So I skipped it's like a steam vent by going into retreat mode. When you do that, it turns off all of the encounters in the room, so you can't exit retreat mode, which would be awkward because you can't exit retreat mode. Then if you enter a door, right, it's going to warp you to a weird area, most likely. Somewhere you probably don't want to be. But there's along that one wall that I was running along there, where I got the encounter, there are encounters, so you can get out of retreat mode there.
Oh, we also did a quick retreat war and just skipped part of the dungeon by activating the big statue.
Yeah. Exit and enter to set my door 1 to be a different door. This is to make my retreat warps do different things, for my retreat mode, I guess.
Yeah, so because this is now room 1, and there are so many doors here, we have a lot more options than when we do actually use retreat mode later on.
We're gonna do a nice fancy trick here. Get a weapon. It's a decent weapon. You might have heard of it. Called the Soul Blade.
Yeah, but I thought that was like endgame.
Well, conveniently enough for us. Some weird property of retreat warps or retreat mode is that it shuffles some of the IDs for items you can pick up.
Yeah, because of as of like aforementioned, they didn't have enough space when they made this game. They ran out of room on their cartridge, so they had to do some questionable locations for items. So now we can just use this energy stone to grab some more important stuff. And there we go.
Pick up the Soul Blade. Easy as that. And now we got a really powerful weapon. The reason I don't use narrate in battles is because it would then make my Jin setup, like when it would come off of recovery, it would make my Jin setup bad for my characters.
So here we have another quick out of bounds glitch where pushing the pillar in retreat mode will put you on top of the pillar, and then you can just walk through the walls.
Now, this should work. If it doesn't, then okay, it worked. I had a practice run where the out of bounds didn't work at all.
Yeah, that happens.
With the world map data clear, the only thing that should be bad is if you get a ghoul in the second slot in your fight. That can make your out of bounds environment bad. But I didn't get a ghoul in the second slot, so we're good.
It's worth pointing out that actually proccing the Soul Blade is slow because enemies die to the regular attack as well. So while it looks cool, it's losing time to proc Megiddo.
Although I don't mind so much, as long as the enemy dies.
As long as you don't miss.
Exactly. It's better than missing.
Wow. 2 procs in a row.
It'll be especially nice if I can get Megiddo procs on bosses. Damage really helps.
Yeah, that's where we really want them. And ideally, even on some gym battles, it would be great.
Not strictly necessary, but you know. I believe what is Megiddo is like. I think it's a 3x attack modifier.
Yeah, it's a triple. And I think it's Venus for some reason, not Mars.
So it does a lot of damage.
Most enemies were just going to one-shot by Megiddo early on. But also, just a regular attack will one-shot most of them, so... Yeah, now we just need the tablet at the end. And then we can move through Yampi, I think it is, right?
Yes.
So basically the only reason we're here, other than the Soul Blade, is for Reveal, which is a synergy Shiva can learn. And then you can kind of reveal like hidden objects, so to speak. And we need that to cross the desert. Which is unlucky that it's all the way up here, because of it's a big detour.
Actually, well, you're supposed to have it to clear the desert normally.
Yeah, but we're gonna reverse.
But the way you do it in a speed run, you actually don't use reveal at all in the desert. But it is required to beat the game because there are several locations you need reveal for.
You're also revealing a teleporter later on, right?
Yeah, in like Mars Lighthouse and other stuff.
Yeah, so it is required. It's just unfortunate that it takes so long to get.
What level am I? 9. So in this area, when you get to level 10, you can use a void, which is basically like a repel to make enemies not appear. This manga.
Whoa. Yeah, he's gonna regret stepping into your line, holy crap. Just clapped him a Megiddo.
Alright, so let's see if we can't fancy movement here.
So we move the cursor, reset our map data, enter Yampi, and then we should be okay for some upcoming stuff.
We're gonna pick
Lucky
up
medal for Eclipse.
We're gonna pick up a water of life here. It's just free. You're not supposed to be able to access this cave, but obviously, we're just gonna go out of bounds and get to it anyway. And then we're just gonna skip out the exit of Yampi somewhere around here. Oh, that's not good. Oh, no, never mind. There we go.
Found it. So yeah, we're just gonna head into town, speak with people about the boat and all that.
Yeah, I'm gonna do some brief shopping here. We're gonna head onto a boat and fight a boss.
Oh, you do actually fight that in NSQ, don't you?
Yeah. He's pretty tough too. So I can die here. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but we'll see. I have to clean up my inventory.
Yeah. Important to do some management, you know?
If your inventory gets pretty damn clogged, unfortunately. But whenever I'm at a shop, I try and do some management, inventory management, just to make sure I clear away some space, so I'm not completely filled up on items.
So yeah, we're gonna just head into Briggs and put him in jail.
If you remember when we got to Madra, well, I suppose you couldn't read the text all that well, but Madra had just recently been attacked by pirates, and Briggs is the leader of those pirates. He stole gold from Madra, and then he came here to Alhafra to buy a boat. So we're gonna go beat him up so that he will tell Madra that Piers is not a pirate, so that we can get him out of jail. Let's hope we get some lucky Megados here.
Yeah, Megiddo is a big deal on this fight.
No Megado. The first turn.
Well, there's always next turn.
Alright, I got one. At least.
Ideally we get a couple of those, but it's not that likely to give you multiple.
Alright, good fight.
I mean, getting a crit is also a good result.
So you could see in that fight how I got very close, very close to dying. Technically I can heal with Shiva. It's got some healing items, but ideally you don't really want to do that because it's pretty slow. But I mean, if I have to, then I will. Well, probably. Usually you can play it pretty risky. If you die in this in the fight, it's not that bad because you just respawn in the town, the same exact town that you're already in. So you can just go back into the fight pretty much immediately.
Yeah, this mayor is actually kind of a douchebag, so we'll find that out a bit later. Or, well, right now, I guess.
So Briggs gets arrested, or well, he lets himself be arrested, basically, on the condition that his wife gets to stay on the ship. And unfortunately, this ship is completely busted up by the tidal wave, so we can't use it to get anywhere.
We can help clear all the rubble, so that's important.
So we won't really be able to do that yet, but we'll clear away the rubble eventually.
We'll get there.
Ironically, you clear the rubble away after you already have your own boat, so you don't ever get to use this ship very much, but, well, you know, what can you do?
Yeah, just going through all the cutscenes, spend some time, try to save as much time by mashing.
I believe mashing is 10% faster than just letting it auto clear.
Just holding B.
So we're off to Yampi Desert again. This time we're
Time
actually
to do it again.
This time we're actually gonna clear it, sort of. Anyway, checkpoint level 999.
So yeah, we'll be collecting the lucky medals here and there, by the way, guys. We need them for the fountain in Lemuria. So yeah, now we need to defeat the King Scorpion. So we're on our way there.
Once I get level 10, I can use a void here. And then I'll be able to not have to deal with enemies. But you've got to be level 10 on all of your characters.
Yeah, or 11 on one, but I don't think that's gonna happen very often.
Okay, we good. Get 10 on everyone now. Last fight, so now use a void. So right now, also, I'm going to exit the desert. I picked the Guardian Ring up early. And I think I actually forgot to equip it, which defeats the whole entire purpose because, you know, why not? But I picked the Guardian Ring up early, but if you didn't pick it up before, like on the first time through this area, you pick it up now, because it's right on your way. You have to exit out the west exit of the desert in order to set your room 1, because we will be doing a retreat warp here.
Yeah, so basically we're doing it like in reverse, the whole desert, which is quite funny.
I'm just heading up to get a Jupiter Gin here.
Yeah, we're gonna go get Blitz. He doesn't do much because we have the Soul Blade, so he just gets wrecked.
If only all Gin could be so easy.
And there we go. It's just, yeah. Things become quite trivial here and there.
The Soul Blade does fall off eventually, but it's quite helpful for the early game.
Yeah. So it doesn't save as much time as you would think for like getting the end game final weapon that early, but it still saves quite a good amount of time. So now we're just solving this puzzle, making the Scorpion go to a different direction by impeding his path. And you do that a couple times until he gives up and just says, fine, I'll just fight you.
Alright, so let's hope for some more Megados in this coming fight.
Yeah, we're gonna be casting Impact with Shiva to boost our attack values on Felix, and then just slap him with the Soul Blade. And he was defending turn 1, which is kind of awkward, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal.
Well,
Double defend is kind of annoying, definitely. Now we might need to echo if we don't kill now. Whoa, and the dodge. This is super unlucky.
well. Alright.
It was an interesting fight. Interesting fight to be sure.
Taking damage in the King Scorpion fight is actually quite good. Sets me up for the retreat warp I'm doing, which is quite a drastic warp. But it takes you all the way to Madra.
So the reason it does that is because there isn't actually a door for the exit we used, and when the game doesn't have a door to send you to, it just sends you to a default location to prevent the game from crashing, basically. So it sends you to near Madra in TLA, and in TBS, or just the first game, it sends you back to Vale, which is, you know, something.
Not quite as useful, I think, in most categories. But
I think there's like one point where it's used in Olgin, or like a kind of 100% category.
I think all bronze transferables also uses it, but aside from those, yeah, not really Not
But the
really.
Madra Warp is quite nice.
Yes, Madra Warp is very nice because, well, it just skips having to walk back to Madra. She kind of super comfortable with Felix at that HP.
Yeah, we always want to, in the no saving quit categories, we also want to be kind of wary because at any point you might get a caught by surprise seed. And if you get caught by surprise by something heavy, you might just get wrecked. So staying high HP whenever it's not that big of a loss to just heal is a good idea. Alright.
Through to Naribui. Pick up an item here, the Thorn Crown. This is a helm that boosts your attack by a little bit. Good for just maximizing Felix's attack.
Yeah, getting the most out of the Soul Blade, really. Because of the triple modifier.
Doing a little bit of shopping here. Getting a new weapon for Jenna.
Also, you already have a feather, so maybe you don't need to buy more, huh?
Yeah, I just buy one, because normally you buy up to 2 feathers. So because I already have one, I only need to buy 1 feather. If I actually remember to use them, of course.
That's also one way. Yeah, you can just spend time buying stuff and then not using it if you forget. So, in the mountains we're about to head into, we can get some annoying encounters with lots of pixies, and they cast sleep, so we're hoping we don't get them. They're super fragile, so if we do get them, we can try to rush them. But, you never know, they might just be super annoying.
Yeah, the typical pattern for a fight with pixies is that they'll cast sleep, put all of your party to sleep, and then they'll just like wind slash you to death. Not fun, if I may be so bold. I've lost several runs to just getting triple pixie encounter and then dying before I can do anything.
Yeah, so pixies are also have a really high agility stat, so that's what makes it so threatening. Because if they do end up casting sleep, it's gonna hit you before you can actually do anything. So that's why it's sometimes a problem. But they also die to I think it's just plasma just kills them.
I think you gotta do two synergies to kill them. But yeah, you can just pretty much easily clear them out as long as you can hit any 2 synergies. Actually, you might be right about plasma, but I'm not entirely sure.
It might only be main target for plasma. Alright, so we're gonna have to make this dog stop running around. So there's a visual cue for when to push the log. There we go.
And so basically the reason why I'm taking this long path around the mountains, there's a ceremony going on in the village across the mountains, and basically there are all these guards to make sure that the ceremony is not interrupted. And if they catch us, which they will do if the dog sees you, they'll just get you and they'll throw you out at the entrance to the mountains. So we gotta take a long roundabout path to get around.
Yeah, we're just being on a stealth mission, basically. That's what's going on.
Let's see. Okay, my plasma did not kill the pixie.
Alright, fair enough.
So
yeah.
maybe higher
It
level.
must
or
be
something, or
very close.
perhaps it's a range. And Felix went to sleep. And Jenna crit anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Bam. Yeah, so Plasma did 60 something damage, and Jenna killed the pixie there with the 76. So it must be quite close for Plasma to kill.
They can't have 105 HP if Jenna killed with 76. Must be around 70... 72 HP.
It's 75, so Jenna actually barely killed.
Ah, I see. Yeah, so these guys stole Black Orb from Piers in order to do their ceremony where they present it to their ceremonial statue.
Yeah, and we actually need that to power our boat. So
Now we gotta go help out Piers get his black stone back. I mean, Neller. Perhaps I should have tried. I think it's going to be quite difficult to remember the names that I chose for these characters.
oh, there's an Isaac pizza. Because that one was just a really good start to the run. But
Well, just the fact that Felix is named Isaac is going to be confusing.
so yeah, we're gonna have to help Piers get his orb back, and then we can hop on his boat.
Right, so the hot new strat here, alright? This super hot new strat, alright? Boreas. Have you ever heard of Boreas?
I mean, I think I've heard of it, yeah. It's a decent ability.
Well, we used to do some weird finagling with getting Felix into some kind of Mars-based class, I think. Or maybe it was Mercury. They had like cutting edge for this dungeon. But now you just set everyone up with a single Mercury Djinn and summon Boreas whenever there's a big encounter. And let me tell you, it's much nicer.
Instead of spamming cutting edge. Yeah, I can see that.
Something else that's very nice is that Piers comes in and he is, I think, something like 5 or 6 levels higher than your party average at this point. Oh,
And the question is, why didn't we use it before? And usually the answer is just because nobody thought of it.
yeah, pretty much. We also give Piers a Jupiter Gin that isn't on standby, so that he can be faster than most enemies inside the Gabamba statue here. So he can use Boreas before they even have a chance to act. And yeah, most of them are because... most strats are just because we didn't think of it before. Sometimes it's because strats have, in another area have changed, and so now we just don't need to, we don't have the same resources at the same point.
Yeah. But also, like, intuitively, it's weird to cast a tier 4 summon on some random mobs because it feels like it would be slow. But it's not that bad.
Yeah, I basically will be casting Boreas whenever there's more than one enemy. Otherwise, probably just attack with Felix. No, you always got Sour. This was one of the cases where it's just... we didn't really think of it. We actually used to get an extra Mars Gin. You pick up in the Gondwan Cliffs, but we're leaving that guy for later now, because it's better to pick him up later than earlier. Saves a little bit of time.
Yeah, so we're just gonna progress and do all the puzzles. Is there some...
Yeah, there's a Jinn in here as well that we're picking up. Who's very awkward if he runs away, so hopefully it doesn't happen.
Oh yeah, the room is a bitch to reset. Part of my language. It's quite something. So we're hoping he won't.
This dungeon actually used to be quite dangerous before we started using Boreas, because some enemies, like particularly the red demon enemies, could deal quite a bit of damage. The red demon enemies actually have an attack that can set your HP to 1. So if it's multiple enemies in the same fight, I can just kill someone off. Speak of the demon, if you will. A couple of red demons. Oh, there's Vital Moon, and in fact it set Felix to 1 HP. Oh no!
Yikes.
Okay, well, that was
And this is an example of how quickly things can go wrong when you don't have RNG minute by your side.
so yeah, Felix could have died there. I think if he had just gotten attacked. So yeah, not good. Okay, so now... Okay, she should have been doing this before, but I need to waste PP. I'll cast growth a bunch of times here, but I need to waste PP so I can use retreat mode.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get to steal, I think, and then. So when you retreat mode here, we can actually walk along the walls and not have any encounters.
So this is one of those times where retreat mode just eliminates the loading zone and allows us to walk on top of the walls. Which you wouldn't think that the walls would have collision for you to walk on, nor would you think that you could get encounters up here necessarily, but both of those things are true. You can both get encounters and walk up here.
Yeah, I was wrong. I thought this would disable the encounters, but it does not. So you still have to fight stuff. But experience is good here, so it's not that big a deal.
And while overall experience is not like insanely important, it is pretty useful in a couple places to just hit certain level thresholds. So it's good to take some encounters in some areas. Usually, actually, you just take encounters because you're just too low level to run away.
You also keep getting this encounter with the one big red demon and the skull dude.
Yeah, Red Demon Doomsayer is a... What can I say? It's a common encounter. There's actually a lot of nasty things that enemies can do here. So it's good that, you know, you're able to clear them out usually before they can attack. Doomsayers, which are the kind of skullhead guys, can cast Condemn, which is an ability that has a chance to instantly kill someone who gets hit by it. Red demons have that attack that they can set your health to 1.
Yeah.
And,
there's a bunch of nasty stuff in this dungeon, basically.
so, generally in a lot of dungeons, the strategy where you can basically just the strategy of going first and killing everything before it has a chance to act. That's usually the ideal strategy.
Alright, so here we're gonna Echo and Boris, and then that should be it.
And nicely enough, he stayed. Not quite the same as like a metal slime or something, but sometimes Jin can feel about as nerve-wracking. Wait. Oh yeah, right. Oh, I'm gonna have to figure this puzzle out, right? So the name you choose for Felix determines.
Oh yeah.
Is it textures? Determines what the puzzle at the end of this dungeon is gonna look like. Normally, we choose a name that's Y and 3 tildes. Oh, actually, does it? Oh, maybe this is affected by your gin clears at the beginning because this is the same name or the same pattern. I think.
It's definitely the name you choose that affects this puzzle.
Weird. This looks like the same puzzle as Y
Might just
and.
be super lucky. You might have gotten really lucky on this one.
Yeah, it's the same exact puzzle. Wow, weird.
That's insane. Wait.
Cause like, are you sure it's not the gin clears? Cause I feel like maybe.
But what's the name for then?
Cause
Is
I
the name
picked.
only for Trial Road? No.
I thought
it
it
has to
was.
be for this one.
I
too.
was sure it was for the Gabamba puzzle as well,
Yeah.
but
It has to be for the Kabamba puzzle. That's insane. You can just name Felix Isaac and get the Kabamba puzzle.
that doesn't seem right. There's got to be something weird going on here. Oh, there are only 3 puzzle patterns? Okay, that makes more sense if there's only 3 puzzle patterns.
I mean, it's still to get the same one is a 1 in 3, and just that Isaac gives you the 1 in 3 is still.
Oh yeah, that's kind of funny. All right, well, once you finish a puzzle, you can pretty much just stand around and wait. I think you have 25 seconds, I think, before Akafubu, that's the witch doctor guy that's doing the ceremony, will activate the statue again.
Yeah, so we're just gonna stand around and wait.
Gives me a chance, actually. Gabamba statue puzzle determined by name. Google search.
Google search. This is how you know it's a top tier stream, guys.
I'm not seeing any information on this.
It might be on the Golden Sun wiki, but maybe it's not.
Alright, well, I've run out of time.
That's unlucky.
I guess I'll never know. Maybe Trial Road will be different, though. I'm pretty sure Trial Road is definitely should be different.
Yeah, you would imagine so. If it's not, then that's a good meme. Just name Felix Isaac every time.
Okay, so Akafubu, with our help, able to finish the ceremony. So we get our black crystal back. Now we can finally fulfill our destiny and get the boat.
And Akafubu just runs off without his reward, of course, because
Yeah. So he got the clothes that say he's a witch doctor, but unfortunately he forgot to get the book that says he's a witch doctor, so he's only half a witch doctor. Imagine being half a witch doctor. Quite unfortunate.
Are we saying no to everything Kraden has to offer, by the way? Or are we not doing that?
No. I just always forget to do it, and it's easier to match A.
Unlucky.
Although, yes, if you do say no to most of the things that Kraden asks you across the game, when you get to Lemuria, there's a special scene where Kraden gets super pissed off at you.
He just has a meltdown. Alright, so now we're on our way once again. We're just gonna go grab another gin back here.
Ow. So it's going to change our setup. So now instead of soul blading everything, after this gin, we're going to be proccnying everything. Turns out proccny is pretty good. Who would have thought?
Yeah, it's the fastest summon by far when you skip the cutscene. Does a lot of damage.
Was this attacks first? Okay, I guess it was. Imagine getting attacks first.
Thought it would be something.
Same strat as the Jin that was... Oh, great. Okay, well... Same strat as the Jin inside the Gabamba statue.
Provided he, you know, doesn't power off like that. So we just have to go and reset the room.
Well, I don't want to use Boreas. Damn, dear. Okay.
We're all asleep.
After such a tough dungeon, you know, like the Gabamba statue, you know, I think they all need a rest, so good opportunity to just take a snooze on the ground there.
Yeah. No time like the present, innit?
Alright. Better this time.
Do you know that Echo almost did as much damage as Boreas there?
That's the power of the Soul Blade. Also, Venus, weak to Venus.
Yeah.
Jupiter Jin was. Ooh. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. trying to set up my Jin here for the next areas. We're gonna get a Void, which I won't be using right now, but the old strat here used to be the Madra Warp, so do the Retreat Warp to Madra after Kibombo Mountains, but it's not much slower to just walk back to Gondwana Cliffs, and in this particular case, whoops. We want to walk back to Gondwana Cliffs because we're going to get a Jin in Gondwana Cliffs. And it's better to access the cliffs from the west side rather than have to come back from the east side.
Yeah, we're doing a lot of things kind of like in reverse throughout the run. Or just not at all, because, you know, we are speedrunning, so... Even though the run takes forever, we're still trying to do it fast.
Wait. Huh. Right. Okay, whatever. I had some weird things going on with my Jin, but you know, no problem. 14, 18, 14, 13, 18. Okay. I cannot avoid yet. You can avoid in Gondwana Cliffs if you hit 14, 14. Well, 14 on everyone except for Piers, who's at level 18.
Yeah, which would give you average level 15.
Unfortunately, we're not quite there yet, so... Now, of all the Jin I don't want to run, I do not want this guy, Kindle, to run away.
Yeah, I mean, with some luck, I mean, they all just get destroyed in one turn if they don't run. So, well, you just need one turn where they don't run. It's unfortunate. It's so unfortunate, guys. But at least we have a very generous time span to do the whole run. Our estimate is pretty lenient.
Yes, luckily enough, the estimate, I'm sure that we'll be able to get, you know, about 2 minutes under estimate. All these Jin running away. So because I'm right next to the Jin, and I need to use Procne when I'm getting the Jin, I'm just going to use Felix to clear out enemies.
Guido, a bit slow, that's too bad.
Alright, here we go. This time for real. This time for real. No runs.
Alright, yeah, he's not running away. Bless the RNG chat.
Alright. We're in.
Alright.
Ladies and gentlemen, We got him.
You just, you know, the area is so nice here that you just want to see it twice.
Of course. Seaside cliffs, picturesque. Pick up. Gonna pick up some local produce.
Some magic mushrooms.
For Felix's little side business. We can use that to get a gin when we go back to Madra. Is our next stop after these cliffs.
Yeah, we give it to some old people, right? And they're just very happy with the drugs. Dude, 3 Megiddo in a row, that's insane. Why does this happen when you're fighting bosses?
Exactly, right? Watch as the next boss I fight gets 0 Megiddos. Now, earlier in the game...
Sacred feathers.
What's that?
You have sacred feathers. You're using a void.
Oh yeah, well it's because I already have a void set up. The sacred feathers are for Shrine of the Sea God 2.
Ah, okay.
Which, we'll see if I remember to use them in Shrine of the Sea God 2. But that's what they're supposed to be for anyway.
Well, now we're on our way to clear out Pierce's boat. So.
Yeah. So if you remember earlier in the game when I went to get Briggs, the mayor of Madra was there. You might not have been able to read the text, but it was the mayor of Madra. Anyway, he said, as a reward for resolving the whole Briggs situation, he's going to give us something if we see him in Madra. So, now that we're back here, after the Gondwan Cliffs, we're just going to pick up our reward. Would be a useful synergy item. And yes, we did trade the mushroom for a gin there.
I mean, that's what addiction does to you, know? You trade away all your valuable stuff.
Exactly. It's a serious problem.
Yeah, on the puzzles on the boat that is upcoming, we will once again be doing we'll attempt some Z coordinate shifting to skip some parts.
Yes. And hopefully, I will not make the mistake I made last time. Last practice run, where I almost soft-locked myself.
Yeah,
and that is
not a good idea.
That is something you can do, because when you do those clips where you clip into the pillar and you get on top of it with the Z coordinate, if the pillar's in a spot that doesn't have a way down, you're just stuck, and there's no way to fix that. Sometimes you're fine, Usually you can just retreat out, but you gotta be careful about that sort of thing.
Yeah, if you're low on synergy, you're just stuck, and you have to reset to get out. But you know, we're doing a no reset run.
So I think we're mostly fine. Sometimes, usually you can maybe run around to get some PP regen, but hopefully no problems. And right there we were introduced to Karst, who takes on the kind of antagonist role for this game. She's the sister of the villain in the first game.
Well, yeah, and I was thinking about pizza now as well.
Getting hungry?
Alright.
Alright, the boat.
Kagaman says, why can't there be a pizza synergy? Well, maybe if we ask one of our modders, they could cook something up.
That's right. You can mod this game actually pretty effectively.
Yeah, we have a working randomizer right now for TLA, which is great.
I'm just gonna rearrange the gym here. So I'm gonna try and waste Felix's PP here. Right after we complete this boat section, I'll be going to an area where I'll want to do some retreat warps. So it'll be useful. It's just convenient to waste all of the PP here. There is a clip you can do with this aqua jelly that I'm fighting right now. Right here. You can, if you do your positioning just right, you can actually clip inside of it before you fight it, and then when it turns into a puddle, you can freeze it, and when it turns into a pillar, you can use that same kind of property with the Z coordinate to shift yourself on top of the pillar. This one's actually really hard, so I don't really go for it, but
Yeah.
there's more than one way to get on top of a pillar.
I think this one you can do it too, but it's hard.
The positioning is very tight, and it's harder to reliably set it up.
A nice bonus for using Planet Driver is that you cannot proc Megiddo, which is like a massive overkill in most cases.
Exactly. It's also super effective, if you will, against the aqua jellies. They have very low Mars resist. See if we can get this. Alright, there we go.
Easy game.
Sometimes it can be quite difficult to get those clips to line up quite right. It is sub-pixel dependent, so obviously, you know, I can't see a sub-pixel, so there's no way for me to know for sure if I've got it lined up perfectly, but usually it's not too bad. So Planet Diver is a psi energy that uses your base attack in its damage calculation, I'm pretty sure. So
Yeah.
So by having the Soul Blade equipped, you're using the massive attack bonus that the Soul Blade gives you for a Planet Diver. So it'd be faster than just using an attack, for sure.
On average, because on average you'll proc Megiddo here and there, and Megiddo is quite slow. And because we don't actually need the extra damage that Megiddo provides, it's better to make sure you don't get Megiddo than to like take the L sometimes.
So we're looking for, definitely looking for Megiddos in this fight. This boss here. It's really useful to get a Megiddo in this fight, so we're hoping for it. Okay, that's one. We're looking for a total of the equivalent of 8 attacks. So that's maybe 3 Megiddos.
Yeah, you'd hope 3 Megiddos or 2 and 2 and 2.
Yeah. So pretty awkward. Okay, this is actually really good. I haven't gotten a fight with this guy that's been this good in quite a while. So we should be able to clean him up pretty quick. Oh my god, 3 Megiddos. This is a glorious. This fight's really good right now.
The Aqua Hydra is getting wrecked, guys.
That was an insane Aqua Hydra fight, actually. Usually it goes quite poorly.
Pre-recorded.
Yeah, I think the last 3 or 4 fights I've gotten, I just got like no Megiddos at all. And yes, if you're coming in now and you're wondering why Megiddo, how do Megiddo? There's a glitch you can use. Air's Rock allows you to pick up the Soul Blade early in the game.
It's, you press up, left, right, down, right, left, and then you get the Soul Blade.
Yes, that is definitely 100% how you do it, no lies.
But I mean, our King Scorpion fight was really bad, so it kind of balances out to have a really sick Aqua Hydra.
That's true, that's true. And now, for those of you who may be aware, Isaac becomes the King of Pirates in the first game if you defeat Deadbeard.
Deadbeard, yeah.
But you may be thinking that few may realize that Felix becomes the King of England when he pulls the sword from the stone And Ayers Rock. If you will. Alright, so I'm going to be heading into Shrine of the Sea God. If you remember, we went there earlier, way back, just to get the Djinn. I'm not casting Glowstone Funnel. We went there earlier to get a Djinn, and now we go back to actually finish the dungeon for real. Of course, much like before, we're just gonna skip the whole dungeon with retreat warps, and yeah, just don't worry about that. Okay. And move on. Okay.
Yeah, and then the shrine, we're just gonna slap proc down to everything, right?
Ah, you see, now we are high enough level where I can use the sacred feather, if I may. The ever important,
Should you wish.
the ever important sacred feather that I bought that is extremely useful in this area, and I have definitely never forgotten to use it here. Oh, and you know what? I just realized. Alright, I have to restore 1 PP. I've done this before too. So my map data was not cleared. I have to go back out and clear my map data. So I talk about clearing map data, but there's like residual stuff still in the game's memory. From like Kibombo. All the way in Kibombo. So
Yeah, because that map is pretty large. And the question in chat is, why don't we just use a void rather than sacred feathers? And I think it's because our Djinn setup isn't like suited to a void right now.
yes, exactly. There's no setup on, like, I could use a void, but I would have to set someone up for it, and then I would have to change them back right afterwards anyway, so not as easy as just using a sacred feather.
And here we need reveal for the first time.
Yes, you actually need it here. Can't just skip past this section. This is actually important too, because the item, so we're not just getting a Djinn. Now this is an important item we have to pick up at the top of this tower here. So
The mythical trident of Poseidon.
One piece of the trident. And we're off to collect another Djinn. We've been doing for much of the early game.
So Plexa wants to know if someone can explain all about those rounded hitboxes on tridents. And why it's the worst thing ever.
For some reason, despite the trident pieces being placed on square blocks, it's an illusion because the blocks are actually perfectly circular and you slip off of them like they're covered in grease. And it's very difficult to pick up the second trident piece that's at the top of a tower later in the game. Mystifying as to why they did that.
Probably just to annoy you.
I'd believe it. After all, why else could Jin run away? Oh!
Alright, let's find out.
He tried it. What? Uh-oh.
Oh, unlucky.
Is this a range or something? Okay. Yeah, it was a range, I guess? You know what? I think... Okay, so I didn't finish Jin off in one turn. I think it's because Felix didn't have... Felix didn't have all of his Jin set, I guess? Except for the Jupiter one. So... Shiba able to finish off. That would have been a range of, like, literally 2 damage or something.
Yeah, it must have been really close.
So Shiba just took the wooden stick and beat him upside the head, and there you go. Switching into setup, and so we're doing the new route now, which this is the biggest change for the new routing, is that instead of going to Apogee Islands and then to Aqua Rock, we're going to go straight to Gaia Rock first, which is a huge difference. We have to fight the serpent earlier.
Yeah, but...
Quite a difficult boss.
Yeah, but it works out. You know, if it saves time, then why not?
Well, exactly. And I run out of PP. Because of course I run out of PP. So now that we have 4 Venus Jin, we just swap into using Judgment for everything pretty fast. I should do it to the first spot.
Yeah, there's different battle music on the boat. So, enjoy.
One of my favorite tracks from the game, actually. Boat battle theme. Unfortunately missing from the first Golden Sun.
I mean, Ice's battle theme is solid as well.
Alright, let's see how my money situation is doing here. Sometimes I can buy everything I want to here, other times I have to skip a side crystal. See how we're doing here. Alright, I have enough to afford it.
Yeah, we're wearing circlets and war gloves, I think it is.
Yes, the war gloves are also another thing to boost Felix's attack by a little bit, and the circlets are to help with Jenna and Shiva survive the next boss, which is quite dangerous. You can only just barely beat this boss, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you have the Guardian Ring, don't you? To make it a little bit safer.
Oh yeah, the Guardian Ring. Yes, the Guardian Ring. Definitely.
You definitely didn't forget about that one.
Yes, I definitely remembered the Guardian Ring. Very useful item. It's been helping me the entire game. Giving me those extra few points of defense.
Alright, so here we're also gonna break the puzzle a bit.
Did I seriously just...
Unlucky. Spent too much synergy.
Just, that didn't happen, alright? Just, pretend you never saw anything. Right, yeah, so... We're going to... Another retreat warp. It skips about half of the outside of... It skips about half of the outside of Gaia Rock. Which is otherwise a pretty long dungeon.
It's also kind of boring.
Yeah. So, you know, I think our chance to just get through it a lot quicker. Typically, okay, so the reason why you use Judgment, as far as I know, because one, it's fast. I think Judgment is the fastest of all the level 4 summons. So
yeah, by quite a margin.
And level 4 summons kind of... They're not totally all in the same group, but they're kind of all in the same group in terms of damage. So they do a lot of damage just by virtue of being level 4 summons. So because it's fast and it's a level 4 summon, you can just use Judgment to clear things out quickly. Could use Boreas, but that's slower, right? So...
Yeah, so all tier 4 summons have 240 base damage plus 12% of the enemy's HP. And then modified by elemental resistances.
Most things don't really resist Judgment in this dungeon. Despite it being...
Yeah, despite it being Gaia Rock.
But, you know, whatever. There is one enemy that does. The Woodwalker. But, haven't encountered one yet. But... And hopefully we won't encounter one. But you have to just throw in an extra attack. Get rid of that guy. But otherwise, totally fine. Alright, so another case of needing a reveal. Or it would be if I get an encounter here, but yeah, another case of needing a reveal at the top of Gaia Rock here. There's a invisible dancing statue. Because why not? Anyway, you need this statue in order to be able to get in to the side areas of Gaia Rock.
Yeah, it's just puzzles all the way down.
Uh-oh. This is fine. So, would you like to explain why I need to go into the side areas at all?
Well, we definitely need to disable the crystal, or enable the crystals in this case, to weaken the boss a little bit. Because otherwise he's just too strong.
So, the boss, there's a boss coming up that there's like crystals in this dungeon that you can activate. The boss is like, he's like an immortal serpent, I think, or something like that. And
Yeah.
eventually he regenerates like, I think if you disable 0 crystals, he regenerates like 400 or 500 HP a turn, which is too much for us to be able to deal with. So each crystal you turn on makes the boss regenerate less health and makes the boss fight much more manageable. And yeah, normally we would be a lot higher level and have a lot more resources, but because of the reroute, we're a little bit lower leveled, so we need to turn on all 4 crystals. But the old route used to do 3 crystals. And yes, you can beat this boss, the serpent, with no crystals turned on, but it is strictly a manip only.
Yeah. And the way it works is you set up one turn, and then on the second turn, you just take all his HP in one go.
Yeah, on I think 3 crystals he almost regenerates nothing, but he still just it's a very, very small amount. Yeah, so 30 if Rhea is right, and I believe that is correct. Fears, not die there, Oh, okay, that would explain it. On all crystals hit, Serpent only attacks 2 times instead of 3 times. That makes a lot of sense.
Also, he might think he uses some different abilities, like different priorities.
So yes, basically, he becomes very weak with the more crystals you turn on, the weaker he becomes, which is, you know, really useful. Because there is no way that we could do a few crystals with the small amount of resources that we have.
And I think the servant has like doesn't have high intelligence when you have several lights active. It actually uses moderate intelligence for some reason.
Low IQ enemy. Like, and when I say low IQ, I'm not sure if that's what you mean, but so the way that enemies, I think, decide what attacks to use, and the way that they maybe target those attacks.
Yeah,
is,
mainly the targeting of attacks.
yeah,
And
it's dependent.
yeah, like and some like rules for what abilities to use.
Yeah, it's dependent.
It's mostly
on
what they target.
whether or not they have what's called high intelligence or well, so high IQ or it's not really called low IQ, but
yeah, but there's high, moderate, and low, and most like overworld enemies have low, so they can use abilities they don't have enough synergy for example. So they're just be dumb. But then there's moderate where they won't do that kind of thing, and they also have like a preference for targeting. And then there's high IQ where they just generally are much smarter in like how they play their fights. Not that it matters that much when you're just doing the fights casually, but it can sometimes matter. So like for example, with moderate intelligence, the Serpent likes to target the leftmost target, the two leftmost party members, which it's good to know when you know want to bet on something when you're doing an NSQ.
Alright, so we're going to use a retreat warp out of this room. This will put us back in the maze section of Gaia Rock. Skips having to go back out and then enter again and do the puzzle before the maze again. Or, well, I say that, but I have to waste some PP here. 17. And I don't want to waste too much PP, because by the time I get to the Serpent, I still want to have some PP left over, because I'll be picking up the Cloud Brand after the Serpents. It's a better weapon for Piers. But in order to do that, I need to use the Sand Synergy, so I need to have some PP left over to be able to do that. That didn't work. Hold on, I went the wrong way.
That's not the best way to go.
I had to heal so much that I'm almost out of PP.
Wait, but aren't you? Your name is different, so you can't do this puzzle the way you normally do it, right?
Oh shit, you're right.
So you have to actually use growth.
Now
That's
now I see the folly of my ways. Imagine doing
Big
intended
mistake.
strats. I've really done it now. Oh dear. Oh, I couldn't use any PP with Jenna then, because I actually need that PP. Actually, can I even use Judgment anymore? I can't set it up.
I don't think you can. Yeah, you're kind of screwed.
Great, dude. Great. That's great.
Just perfect. Attacks first. I didn't run.
Well, yeah, I can't see 3 frames worth of information. Who do you think I am? Plexa? I get it sometimes, but other times I just am not able to see it.
And attacks first into caught by surprise, of course.
Well, why not? That's just how this game is.
Your synergy seems a bit questionable. Everybody's out of synergy because of the growth spam.
Well, I did buy an extra Psy Crystal. And now's my chance to use it. Hello? That's not helping. If I just use it without... I don't know. I think this just goes up, and then this is the last room. Alright, we made it!
We did it, guys! Poggers in the chat.
The price of using chat's names. Okay, so... Oh, Jesus. Out. I can't use Felix's PP because I need it. Okay, we're full health. I have to use this on Pierce.
And we have the Guardian Ring equipped, of course.
What's that?
The Guardian Ring is equipped, of course.
Of course. Of course! Let's see. Next order.
I think you already have your Word of Life on Felix, so you don't have to move that one.
Yeah, don't need to worry about that. And do the setup. Nope, I do not have it on Felix. Good thing I checked. So I would like to see Megadose here, but it's not essential.
We're mostly hoping to avoid some moves by the Serpent instead.
Yeah, I don't want to see Mighty Press. That's really bad. And I did get a Megado. You'll see. Oh, and a Mighty Press. And, oh! Dear God.
That's a yikes.
Well...
Good thing we have that Water of Life on Felix. But I think we're about to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'm not liking, Okay.
It wasn't that bad, actually.
Alright. Back on track. does mean I have one less Water of Life for Poseidon, which is a little unfortunate because that fight is terrible, but you know, we'll make do. A good not a Mighty Press proc. So a Mighty Press is, I think it's like much like the Red Demon's attack. Sometimes it just does damage. Other times it procs and can kill a person instantly, I think, or something like that. So, yeah, we don't want to see it kill a person instantly. And I'm actually going to take this safe since I don't have enough damage. Because I had to take that turn off. My damage is a little less. I'm going to use Boreas on another turn instead. I normally would have used Boreas on that last turn with Tears, but instead I'll just get some extra damage in and then finish off the Serpent this turn. Hopefully. Okay, we're good. There we go. Didn't even die.
No problem. Also, kill steal.
Hey, he lets you take the credit for it if you want. In fact, he asks you to take credit for it. Alright, so I have enough PP to use sand to get in and get out, which is important, because usually you will not quite have enough PP. So it's very good if you preserve your PP enough to be able to get in and get out with this Cloud Brand there.
Yeah, guys, pay attention to that chat. It's good to preserve your PP.
Oh, right. Wait, where's the retreat warp now?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave. So normally you could retreat warp out of the by going backwards in that room. Except I can't do that anymore. So yeah, guess I'll just walk out instead. No problem.
I mean, so do you have any backup Water of Lives? Because you spent one there, right?
Yeah, so I believe I get a Water of Life.
I mean, you get one more, but you need like safety then, right? If you want.
Yeah, so I can buy one in a shop, which I will be doing for Poseidon. But unfortunately, I don't think there's anything else I can do for safety.
Through the grapevine. I'm being told Izumo is a good one. There's supposed to be one behind the inn.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What?
But when are you next near Izumo? I don't know.
Never.
So, you know.
Oh, I've made a poor choice. I have.
Unfortunate.
There's the edge of the world. There we go. Visit Apogee. People who really like to live life on the edge, literally, because they're right by the edge of the world. We're going to collect a gin here. So with the reroute, you used to collect this gin way later in the game, but now we can just get this gin here. It's very convenient. Okay, so I'm actually gonna create a different gin setup here for the next dungeon. But as soon as we can get Jenna to level 18, we'll switch into a different setup again that allows us to use Psi Energy to clear out enemies. For now, we'll probably use Procny and some Soul Blade stuff. I'm definitely not getting all the gin in this run. There is a type of, like, there's a category for that, but I'm not running it right now. I'm gonna pick up a mint here for way later in the game. And we're gonna use Dows on this rock to open up the next dungeon.
With a banger tune.
Some would say. I suppose I can go back to... take a brief trip to Izumo after...
I mean, at any point before Poseidon, basically.
After I go to Champa, I should be able to go to Izumo. Oh, nice. Caught by surprise.
So we should be in the 15s for level when we hit Aquaro.
So I'm at 17... I'm at 18 actually with Jenna. Never mind, I can just go
so
right
you're
into
like,
the...
You're a lot higher than you need to be to make it through. So you should be quite safe.
Yeah, this is the right setup. So you go into Psi Energy setups, like so essentially from this point on, I can mostly just use some Psi Energy to clear enemies away. Psi Energy and attacks to clear enemies away. Cloudbrand is actually pretty decent attack-wise for clearing out enemies, so anything that you aren't quite able to get, I clear away with Piers and Felix.
Yeah.
I'm also going to want to waste some PP here. There's a little retreat thing, I guess you can do here.
Yeah. And we're mostly hoping to not face rocks, because they're kind of annoying to deal with. But Or well, double rock I think is the main one that we don't like.
Yeah, it's a lot of health you have to deal with at that point. Here's another example of going out of bounds with your retreat.
You can also skip some of these waterfalls with retreat mode, right?
Yeah, I'm doing that right now, actually. So I'm down here in the out of bounds. I'm walking on air, as it were. And then I can enter this loading zone, which skips a puzzle. And there's not much, aside from that one retreat. Oh nice, caught by surprise double rock.
Yeah, but the Aqua Rock dungeon is pretty nice in general, so it's okay to not skip that much in it.
Yeah, there's not too much to worry about here in terms of weird tricks or warps, so yeah, you just get to enjoy the music and scenery, as it were.
Yeah, it's just like the music is definitely a highlight in these games, but the art style is really nice too.
I believe they used like a clay model kind of thing. Not entirely sure if that's what they used, but I feel like that's what they like Donkey Kong, like the first Donkey Kong country on Super Nintendo, where they kind of captured pictures of clay models or whatever, and then use those for sprites, you know? Although these might be computer-generated models, but it's the same kind of idea.
Just continuing on leveling up. It's too bad all the levels are going to be useless once we get to Reunion.
Well, you say that, but with the new strat, the levels are actually kind of relevant. Just a little bit.
Wait, does it take 8, or does it not just use the front party?
No, it does, but it's for the final boss.
Oh.
The levels that you have are actually kind of relevant. I'll speak more on it when we get closer. But yeah, new strats have made things all messed up.
Was the water flowing up? Yeah, it's part of the puzzle.
Well, you don't have a backwards waterfall in your house?
Casual. I mean, we are in the southern hemisphere, so I mean, that explains it.
No need to worry about retreat switches here, so totally fine to just pick up the Psi Energy Stone. So once you get inside You can get some even more dangerous enemies. They're not really a problem, but some of them can deal a decent amount of damage. Hopefully I don't see any E-dragons, I think they're called.
Yeah, the dragons and the rocks are the main ones that are...
So turtle dragons or something like that, and then yeah, rocks can be bad, and then there's also some kind of lizard man type enemy. But they have a lot of health, but they're not too bad to deal with, especially now since it's after Gaia Rock, so we already have a few extra levels on top of.
Yeah, I think also you can just slam proccing on anything that isn't a dragon or rock.
Well, we don't use proccing, right? Now we're on the psi energy setup. So we're actually powerful enough with our psi energy that we can clear most enemies away with just psi energy. And we're faster too because of our extra levels. So we outspeed a fair bit more than we used to with the old strats. So like Tornado, Attack, Flare Storm will clear most enemy groups, which is very convenient because it's pretty fast. And you know, while Proccni is great, something you don't have to set up Proccni after every fight if you're on the psi energy setup. You can just keep going with the dungeon instead of having the menu. Good.
Yeah, it's just overall we're saving some time on it. No, we would not like to retreat.
Not really what I'm looking to do right now. And if you ever notice me constantly checking my PP whenever I have to do a retreat warp or anything like that, it's because I do not want to accidentally actually retreat. That is very not useful in most cases.
Yeah, that's not great. Whenever that happens, it's just... I mean, it's bound to happen at some point, and then you just learn to always check. Alright, see if we can get this trick.
This is one of the only skips in the dungeon. Alright. Far. Too far again.
I think that was it.
Too far one more time. Nope, still too far. I'm 1 pixel too far. There
Yeah, that's too far again. Unlucky. There you go. Yeah, that should be it.
Okay, there we go.
Got him.
That's pretty much the only skip on the inside of this dungeon. Basically, if you can find another skip that skips like this whole dungeon or whatever, pretty much you'll be a god to the Golden Sun community. So
because we're only doing the entire thing for Parch.
Pretty much you just need to get the psi energy that you're gonna learn at the end of this dungeon. So it would be nice to not have to go through the whole thing.
And it's also because we only need it for Tsundaria.
And the mist potion inside of the boat. So aside from that, that's it. Could really do without having to do this whole dungeon.
I assume there's some massive glitch that saving and twitting does to make this category a longer thing. Not really. It's mostly the RNG manip that slows down the game in this current category, because we can't actually manipulate the fights.
Yeah, no save and quit can't manipulate the RNG, so things are a lot more random. Strategies are much
more conservative.
Yeah, just to deal with the chance that something might go wrong.
Like, generally, you can do the same. You can perform the same glitches without needing to reset.
For the most part.
There's a couple you can't do.
Yeah, you can enter retreat mode, I think, and then save the game. And then when you load
so
your
just
game,
get out of bounds.
Yeah, it'll put you out of bounds in some cases. We can't do those tricks, obviously, but most of the other stuff, not too bad. Pretty similar, otherwise, in terms of.
Yeah, I don't think the major time save is from other glitches. I think it's mostly the manip.
Yeah, just saving time on strategies and like, cause you don't even have to fight most enemies.
Yeah, you can run away from everything, and you'll fight bosses with certainty. So, yeah. But also, if you make one mistake, you're screwed in manip.
Yes, that is the major difficulty with manip categories. That if you make a single mistake, you can lose, like, I don't know, 15 minutes or something.
Yeah, something like that. It's
because
not uncommon.
your RNG values are not correct anymore, so you have to reset and try again from the previous point where you knew what they were.
Yeah, or you can try to YOLO at some, like, sometimes you can just go like, well, hope it works.
Have you experienced with this?
I haven't actually ran manip category in a while, but yeah, it definitely happens where you screw up and then you just continue anyway as if you didn't. You just kind of pray that it will work out until the next reset.
Tell me you haven't been grinding Neolus?
No, I think it's like 2 years ago when I when I ran that last.
By the
now
way,
I'm just all TAS, because I can't make mistakes in it. Oh, I can make mistakes in TAS, but when the TAS is done, it can't make mistakes.
By the way, I believe FX Neolus world record holder.
Also because I'm the only one who ran it.
You don't need
The
to know
route
that.
is trash. The route is trash, guys. It's a free record. If you just ask me for the new route, I have it like on my PC. You can have it and get a free world record.
And when I refer to Neolus, that's the first game, and you skip your fourth party member. It's something, all right. Alright, so we're just finishing up Aqua Rock here. We're gonna do our best Moses impression and go ahead and part the water here and learn Parch.
that one Psynergy, that's the whole reason we came here. That's it. Now we can leave.
Yeah. We just finally leave all this behind us. We can move on to Tandoria.
Some would call it the coolest dungeon, if you see what I'm saying.
Chat, please facepalm for me.
I think it's pretty cool, actually. Got a good dungeon theme. And contains probably my favorite utility Psynergy in the game. You get to see that in a bit. Of course, we got to get there. And in order to do so, we've got to play The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker and sail all the way to our destination. Fortunately, unlike Wind Waker, there's no glitch that allows us to move at super speed. So we just gotta go the normal way. And unfortunately, the only time you get high enough level to cast a void on the open ocean is almost just before you are moving on to the second ocean area where you're no longer a high enough level. So that's an unfortunate I guess happenstance, but not much you can do about that. Okay, so I'm actually going to walk Felix and Piers' Djinn here. This will give Felix Wish, and I think Piers also gets Wish.
So what are we wishing for, chat?
We want the Wish is just really useful as a healing skill. But also it gives Revive. Gives Felix and Piers Revive, which will be death warping out of this area, so that'll be useful afterwards. So Tornado and Flare Storm are really good here. If I did have Piers in his Mercury class, I'd also have access to Super Cool, which could replace one of those Psynergies if I was getting low on PP with either of the two girls here, but right now I'm not too worried about that. Up to runner's choice, basically, whether or not you use the Mercury or the Venus class for Piers or Felix. Alright, here we are. Pandaria Tower.
We made it, guys.
Here's cast Control X on the water. Makes it go away.
Alright, Momonga 2.0 full team.
Alright, so I'm gonna want to get another Jin in this place. So if you're unaware of where the best, like what some of the best Jin are in this game, there's 3 Jin that are just like straight flat damage reduction that you can use. Flash and Granite were in the first game. We'll get them later when we do the reunion. But for now, all we have is Shade. Anyway, the reason I was saying this is because if you do not use Shade to reduce the damage of the Jin that we're about to fight here, probably going to die.
Yeah,
really,
you might have a bad
really
time.
horribly. So, yeah, let's not forget. There's Shade.
The classic ice skating puzzles or something too.
Now, hopefully he doesn't run, because that would be really annoying. Okay, that's good. Alright, and then collect Reflux, who will be pretty useful in the Poseidon fight. Or hopefully will be pretty useful in the Poseidon fight. And here's an interesting thing you might not have known. You can just hold run against one of these rocks on the ice, and you actually roll recover Jin. Not sure why that works, but I guess it just considers you to still be moving, even if you're not actually moving.
Some top tier programming. Also known as spaghetti code.
It works.
It's functional, so it's good enough.
Alright. Well, now that I've gotten Reflux, my Dynergy menu's changed a little bit, so I have to relearn my muscle memory that I've been building up across this run. Not? That's not right. There's a little trick you can do here. Where much like I think FX was saying earlier, you can kind of misalign yourself and move the wrong pillar, which skips having to do the other half of the puzzle in this room. Another place where I need to use reveal in this tower. And we collect the best psi energy. Burst.
Gonna blow stuff up.
Interesting. Actually, it's so many items. They went to tiers. That's not good. I have to sell some stuff. All important, I do not forget to go back in, because there's actually a trident piece in this dungeon, and I have forgotten it before, and trust me, you don't want to forget the trident piece in this dungeon.
You end up in, is it Champa?
Yeah, you go all the way to Champa.
And then she's like, yo, you don't have the trident. What do you want from me?
And they have to go all the way back to Tundaria just to get the trident piece, which takes a lot of time. So don't do that.
We're about halfway now, I think, in terms of the run.
I think so, yeah, about halfway. So I'm not too worried about taking damage here, because I am going to want a Death Warp after this. I'm going to collect a Jin and then try and knock myself off, if you will. And this will warp me back to the Poji Islands. Hopefully he doesn't run. Alright.
I guess you could get away without using Shade though. Or does he have Shine Plasma?
There's a couple moves, if I remember right, that will just kill you. Or I thought so anyway, but maybe I'm wrong. This is an unfortunate encounter. So ideally what you want here is to encounter an enemy that has, like, or an enemy group that is like 3 enemies large. Unfortunately, we only got 1 Dinox. So this is going to take a long time to die. The fastest way to kill yourself in this game is to just select summon, and then summon something that you don't have enough Jin for.
You don't think it would have been faster to just try and find a better encounter?
Well, you would think that, but then you run away and end up with another 1 enemy encounter quite commonly. So you may as well just stay in. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and mech myself over here to get back to Apogee faster. Which is a lot closer to where I want to go next. Now that I've gone around and collected a whole bunch of different psi energy, I can finally repair that boat in Al-Hafra. Nice terrible bite proc was actually kind of nice there.
Yeah, that's actually good. Should just be 3 more turns.
Okay.
Or 2, I guess. No. And there we go. I'm just a little bit behind, but yeah.
So then you can just use revive and revive everyone. Clean up my inventory. Oh no. I have a chance to? Pick up a water of life in this shop. And then we'll use the inn. And why not? Just revive yourself. Seems like a good idea to me.
Yeah. If you're dead, just stop being dead.
Exactly. What's wrong with that? Come on. Now, I could try... in fact, I will. Or, well, I'll check my level. Okay, no, not yet. I think if I'm all level 21, at least, across the board, I can use... a void here on the open ocean, but not quite there yet, so... Can't quite avoid enemies just yet.
So now we're just gonna... yeah, we're gonna clear out the boat at Al Hafra. Did you already get the lucky medal?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you did.
Picked it up the first time, yeah.
There's gonna be some long cutscenes coming up, I think, as well, after that. Like, after you fix the boat.
Yes. Gonna be some cutscenes where they're, they fix the boat.
And then we get a really cool dungeon, Angkor Ruins. It's gonna be great.
Yes, and that'll be the third of the Trident Tower dungeons. Pandaria Tower, Shrine of the Sea God, and Angkor Ruins. That's right after this section of a few cutscenes. We had to go pretty much all around the entire world, get all the psi energy we needed, but...
to clear out the rubble from the boat.
Yep, now we can finally fulfill our destiny and fix the boat! Fated we were to do this. Else we could not progress.
Alright, so we're getting near the end of clearing all the rubble. Just need to do a couple more things. Stand by for cutscenes.
The last piece. And there it is.
Just use burst on the boat. Well, that's one way to clear it. I don't know if it's effective.
Just leaning back.
Just, yeah. It's a chill moment, you know?
Am I allergic to any medications? I mean, not sure how that relates to the game at all, but no.
Not that you know of.
Yeah, not that I know of.
Because Ben asks, what do you think about Golden Sun? I think yes.
Right, so if you remember from way back, when we beat Briggs, he went to jail. And now he broke out of jail. Right at the same time that they fixed the boat.
How unlucky for the mayor.
How could this possibly happen? Yeah, there's a category that uses, for this game, that uses passwords. The password category just generates, like, really broken passwords. So I think
in any percent you can use a password even.
for this game? Any percent? I don't think so. But there is a category that lets you use it. It's like...
I mean, there's true any percent, which lets you do stupid stuff.
Exactly. That's the one I'm thinking of. True any percent, I think you use a gold password. That gives you, like, Isaac with a maximum PP of 2. So that you can retreat warp on demand.
Yeah, the true 80% on in this game is kind of stupid.
And you have like, I think it's like Ivan is at level, he comes in at level like 1, but because of the way, or no, that wouldn't be possible. That's a different category, but I think you
That's
get level.
bronze password you're thinking of.
Yeah, you get level 90 or something characters as
Yeah,
well.
there's 99 level 99 characters, so you can avoid everything.
Yeah, so you can just cast Avoid, and at no point in the game can you not avoid if you're level
you just
99. So
never fight anything except one-shotting bosses.
yeah, there's some interesting categories. The bronze password version of like true 80% or whatever. I think it might be a different category, but the bronze password version, you generate a level 1 Ivan, but because of the way the reunion works, the character is level 1, but he always has 28 levels worth of stats. So he's essentially a level 28 character, but he's level 1. So you can quickly level up to about level 20. And you gain an additional 20 levels of stats on top of your level 28 stats. Like, really easily.
Of which the only stat that matters is agility, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's important, you know? Yeah, there's some pretty absurd things you can do with passwords.
Also gonna point out that for casual play, the gold password is a bait. Like, you're not gonna make use of any of that.
Looks like Avoid is actually working right now, so I'm gonna do that again. Agility is just important because if you can go first, you can kill everything with summons before it has a chance to act, which is pretty
Pretty much
fast.
that. You also get to react to what a boss fight, like during boss fights, you get to react appropriately before the boss gets another action.
Yeah. Exactly. Alright, so now we're in Ankle Ruins. Collect the last piece of the trident.
This dungeon is great ever since we found the skips.
No, well, I mean, so some Jin have like percentage.
There's some Jin that have
Yeah, it's a percentage of your attack or something for the damage that the Jin does. It's the laggy menu. But so in that way, I suppose you could say that stats affect the power of Jin, but
the only
really,
stat that really matters is elemental power, which comes by having a higher elemental level, which is from having more Jin, so Jin affect Jin the most.
yeah, and the most useful Jin are not the ones that do damage anyway, so...
Well, yeah, because the damage comes from summons, so we care more about the utility that the Jin offer, and boost our like stats with that, and then damage with the summons instead.
Which, when we get to the final boss of this game, you'll see just how powerful Jin can be.
As long as you properly use Petra on Jin Storm turns.
Oh, have you not seen the new strat? There's a new strat.
You just don't Petra or what?
Oh, well, you'll see. It's pretty good. Reg Regnatrice came up with it. It's like the courthouse strats.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think I've seen this. Like I glanced over it.
But it's pretty good. Anyway, we'll go over that more when we get to the final boss. Anyway, so most of the puzzles in this dungeon are based around sand. And, you know...
As is, like, obvious by all the sand.
Yeah. Sand, using the sand psi energy. There's another required use of the reveal psi energy here. So, I mean, you know. Oh. So, overall, the reason why you fight enemies in this run, for most of it, is because you wouldn't be able to escape. Like, the chance, the percent chance for you to escape is too low for it to be worth trying to run away.
Unless you're just feeling feisty.
Yeah, so most of the time, it's worth it to just fight the enemies and clear them out faster. But yeah, there's the new strat later in the game. But again, we'll cover that when we get to it.
It's like 2 hours away. Well, yeah, something like that.
Alright, there's another one of those misalignments here. Where you can skip having
this
to
is
do
a really cool one.
a puzzle.
Just skip the whole east wing.
Alright. We'll just be able to finish up the dungeon here now.
Just a long sandfall.
2, in fact. And I did not know this until recently, but you can actually go off the side of the sandfall and it kicks you out, so don't do that.
Yeah, and the reason you might hit the side is because zigzagging is faster than going straight up.
For whatever reason, zigzagging is slightly faster. Might be one of those classic, you're moving in 2 directions and not just 1 direction, so the game speeds you up, but I don't know. Oh, right, so this hitbox for the trident at the top here is really bad.
First try, come on.
It's not, this ain't... Okay, I got it. Whoops.
It's always funny to watch that.
Yeah, there's a lot of, you have to just kind of slide around until you're in the right position to grab it. You enter Champa and then immediately try and leave Champa to trigger a cutscene with Alex.
Did you avoid? Didn't see it.
Oh, well, it's just such a short distance to Champa, I don't bother avoiding right now. I will be using avoid after Champa, though. So Alex, I don't know, has some kind of strange, vaguely schizophrenic motive where he wants the lighthouses to be lit, but then he like kind of sabotages you by pairing up with Karst and her pal Agatio. Not really sure what Alex is doing, but I mean, you know, whatever. Not too concerned.
He's just too galaxy brain for you to understand.
The classic Canadian strategy. If I lose, that means I win. If you kill your enemies, they win. I'm Canadian, by the way, so I can make fun of my fellow Canadians. Oh yeah, and also Brayden's whole reason originally for being on this quest and researching alchemy and all that stuff was because of Lord Babby. And then Alex is like, oh yeah, so Lord Babby, he's dead. And now Kraden...
And then he says, peace out.
And now Kraden is all a little bit shaken from this, but you know, ultimately doesn't really matter. So no worries. Alright, so go fight a boss here and get the trident. And yes, this is where Briggs ran to after stealing the boat in Al-Hafra. So he sees that we chased him all the way here, and he freaks out and goes running off.
And he spreads lies about us, saying that we're evil. I don't know about that.
Okay. Yeah, let's see. Maybe should have healed before I did that, actually. But, oh, actually, I need his PP, so... Oh, wait. Do I need his PP? No, I don't need his PP. Never mind. Okay. We're ready to go.
Alright.
Oh, Briggs goes running back to his mom. And he asks his mom to deal with us. Anyway, this is one of the rare times in the game where you actually need to say no to proceed.
Alright. Time to slap this guy.
I'm gonna fish for some sleep here, but it's hard to say whether or not I'll actually get it. Usually I don't end up actually getting the sleep on Avamander, so no worries if I don't get it. Oh, I thought I was slower. Oh well. There we go. Alright, this should do it. This last turn with Procne and Boreas and all that.
Yeah, it should be good enough. Yeah.
And yes, after this small sequence of cutscenes, we'll finally be able to make our trident. Provided I didn't forget any of the pieces, and I believe I didn't forget any of the pieces.
Oh, I think you got all three of them.
Right, so I'll visit Izumo after this and grab that extra water life. Oh, we got the Cha-Cha glitch too. So there's a little visual glitch here where Cha-Cha, Briggs' wife, for some reason, her sprite and all of its movements will be higher up than they're supposed to be, and so all of the sprite layering is wrong. So you can see this right now as Kraden's sprite is on top of Cha-Cha's sprite, even though that's not supposed to be that way. And you should be able to see it again when she walks out. She'll go way, way past the doorway before she disappears. I'm not really sure what causes this, but...
I think it has to do with just never resetting the game from the beginning.
That could be it. Yeah. Pretty funky though.
Because it doesn't happen in any percent as far as I remember.
That would make sense. Some weird memory pointer or something. Yeah, there's a couple games that I've run before in the past that will actually crash if you don't reset at some point, so... Yeah, definitely might be that.
Sounds about right. That's not right. Another mandatory use of reveal. Oops.
So yeah, now we just need to do Poseidon and yeah, if you want the safety, you can go to Izumo.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop by Azumo.
It's behind the inn or something like that.
I'm also gonna do a little bit of shopping just to get a little, few more extra points of defense for Shiba and Jenna. And I used to collect a Viking helmet here, but it turns out it doesn't matter, so not gonna bother. Yeah, Izumo, very easy to navigate to from Champa. Literally just go to the right. Not quite. Trade that on there.
So we're taking a short detour to Izumo for Water of Life actually. Anyway, that's actually what we're doing.
Yes.
Not a Kipo.
And why not? Who doesn't want to take a trip to Japan? I mean Izumo. Why would I not want to come visit Izumo? I hope I'm going the right way.
It's above the inn somewhere. Is what it's supposed to be.
Yep, it sure was. A fairly long way behind the inn.
Yeah, it's not quite above the inn, but okay.
I'll also actually just rest at the inn because I want to be all healed up for Poseidon. Right, so I should just be able to go down and left and to the Sea of Time.
So usually Poseidon is a real run killer.
He can be. For sure. Poseidon has an attack called Watery Grave. Because, you know, why not just give the boss an attack that has potential to insta-kill anyone that it hits? It's also an AoE attack that hits everyone, so yeah, you can potentially just lose your entire team in one turn, and there's nothing you can do about it. Isn't that great? No. Hopefully I don't get the cutscene of shame here, which is a cutscene you get if you get swept out of the Sea of Time by doing your movement not quite right.
Ideally, I won't get that cutscene, but we'll see. One of my least favorite areas of the game, personally.
I think the idea is cool, it just takes a while and the movement is a bit clunky.
Let's redo this one. Yeah, I think
so
it's just...
saving is not allowed. Well, you can save, but you're not allowed to load it.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can make I can make saves because, you know, this is a marathon. However,
Yeah,
I do have like 2 hours of buffer room, so I'm just not gonna save because it shouldn't be a problem anyway. But yeah, the rules for the category do not allow you to save and load it. Right, let's see here.
Yeah, like, technically it's fine to save your game, but if you load a save file, that's against the rules.
Okay. Yeah. The reflux. No, that's correct. No, that isn't correct. Whoops, this is supposed to be waft wheeze. Oh, that's fine though.
You can have haze for higher agility, right? So
Yeah, I'm gonna use haze for higher agility. I've actually found that almost universally every time causes a problem. So. Yeah,
did you split your Water of Life already?
Yes.
Cool. Then you should be good to go.
Should be good here. Impact. So the problem.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I'm just about to say that the problem with having the swap there, Haze versus Wheeze, is that if Jenna is faster than Felix, she'll use Meteor before the force field is broken, and Meteor will do 0 damage. So don't do that. No, sorry. You're gonna say something?
Yeah, no, I was gonna let's see what happens. But yeah, we outsped Jenna, which is good. Meteor collapse. Okay, survived the first watery grave, so that's...
Unfortunately, Poseidon is using Counter Rush. Is not good, but fine, I suppose, for now. It's an annoying ability.
Ice Missile is good though. That was good. I needed that.
Please be Felix. Good, because that procs Reflux.
Perfect.
Yeah, so I used Reflux. Whenever you get hit and you've used Reflux, it basically just does the same thing that Counter Rush does, which is counterattack automatically. Okay, survive the water group. So we are surviving some watery graves here, which is good. Because yes, every single watery grave has a chance to instantly kill any character on our team. So that's, you know, kind of rough.
Yeah, and the reason the wish well is just topping everybody is because of the high mercury power that we have right now.
All right.
It was a pretty well-behaved Poseidon.
Yeah. Very surprisingly, did not get terrible proc on Watery Grave. I think the worst I've gotten, I think I had a Watery Grave once that killed 3 people at once.
And then you came back and won anyway, right?
Yeah, that definitely happened.
That's how it went.
So as we make port in Lemuria, I'm gonna want to go back into the boat. And now that I have Parch, I can dry up pool that formed after Aqua Hydra. And I can get a Mist Potion. I'll need that for a fight later in the run. But aside from that, then we just get to go see a billion cutscenes in Lemuria.
Yeah, real talk is it's a good time to go like have a quick break if you like need to grab some food or bathroom break. Now's the time because there's cutscenes everywhere.
But then how will they learn all this lore? Yeah.
Tape down your B button and just go AFK. They won't notice.
No, unfortunately I have to hit A to respond to questions. I'm trapped. Although there is the only real bathroom break in the run is right after Lemuria. But I don't need
the boat ride out. So you're gonna...
I don't really need to
what?
use the washroom right now, so just not worry about it. Oh yeah, that's right. There are 2 real bathroom breaks. This is actually the second one. The other one would be the Gabamba statue.
Yeah, so well, anyways in chat, anyway, we noticed that if you name Felix Isaac, then the Gabamba puzzle doesn't change.
I don't know. I'm worried now about Trial Road.
That's gonna be an experience.
Because, like, okay, so the puzzles are not, like, difficult in the Trial Road that I know, but, like, are there different puzzles? Like, are they actually different puzzles entirely, or is it the order just changed? I'm not sure. So that's... I'll find out.
Yeah, so Isaac was optimal for Gabamba, but our Gaia Rock was terrible.
Yes, I had to use growth in order to proceed in Gaia Rock.
Yeah, but also the path was just so slow.
But yeah, unfortunate.
Right, so we come to Lemuria, and Piers has been away for a while. So things have changed around here. We are about to find out. Just coming right up.
In the next half hour of cutscenes. But yeah, we're also here. We're also gonna get one more gin, I think, and we're also gonna get Eclipse, which is
Oh, we skipped the
big
gin.
pockets.
That would be an old Lemuria, I think. But we do definitely get Eclipse. Because Eclipse
Today we
is...
skipped Eclipse. Today we stopped running TLA.
Just wait until run strats in Jupiter. And then you don't even need to get Eclipse anymore. Well, actually, no. Doom Dragon always uses Eclipse.
Yeah.
Good damage, so nope, I don't think we'll ever skip Eclipse.
But yeah, after Lemuria, it's relatively few things left to do in the game to get to the end. It's just
Yeah, just gotta do a few dungeons and suddenly you're at the end.
I
It
think
really
it's
comes up
we're
faster
gonna
than you
visit
think.
Shaman Village, and then Trial Road, and then Jupiter, and then Mars, basically.
I mean, I can also cover for some time here. If I finish early, I could see if I can try and fight the super boss, Dullahan. If you need something to fill a little bit of time, I can try and...
Yeah, if you have any, also if you have any save states, you could maybe showcase some. If you're familiar with any of the 80% glitches, you could showcase those as well.
Unfortunately, I do not have any save states. I believe the DD strats actually work for Dullahan. Well, why don't we try them out then? Because yeah, Dullahan is a pretty impressive looking boss. Unfortunately, I don't think we have enough Jin to even use Iris, but we can also get Iris. You can actually get Iris before Dullahan, which that's supposed to be the reward for beating Dullahan, is you get Iris, the super summon, but you can actually get it beforehand. But while I'm mashing through cutscenes here, why not? I'll just have to look up how do I get inside Soul Sanctum.
You have to. I think there's some reset required on that one.
Yeah, so I'll do it after the run is finished. How to get inside Soul Sanctum. Not Soul Sanctum. Animos Sanctum.
Yeah, I think anyway, who's in chat probably knows, so he can give you the hot info.
Without all Jin the easy way. Posted by
Well, what do you know? Hosted by TL Plexa. Who could have known?
Alright, I'm picking up some more lucky medals. I'm gonna try going for an item called the wild coat with lucky medals. In the fountain toss minigame. I'll see if I get that.
Wild coats are a pretty crazy item that boosts our agility by a lot, which is a big deal.
Surprisingly, actually, with new strats, it's not as big of a deal as it used to be, but it's still pretty decent to get it, so I'm just gonna go for it anyway.
You're gonna get a bunch of the bracers instead.
Don't spoil it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I would be amazed if you could manip wild coats without saving quit.
Yeah, you can get a good angle to almost get the wild coat. Well, you can get a good angle to almost always get the ring that you have to be in to have a chance to get the wild coat, but there's no way to just like get the wild coat. You know what I mean? Okay, collect the grindstone, which is actually the only real reason, aside from Eclipse, to come to Lemuria. And now let's go gambling.
We can go grind it up.
So there's been some somber music throughout Lemuria, right? Well now... So, first throw is you always get Eclipse as long as it goes into the center. There's a strat you can use to always get it in the center in the first try. Very easy. So you always get Eclipse. Now we just gamble.
there's a setup here. I don't know if I'll be able to get it quite right.
It has to do with one of the turtles, right?
Yes, the turtle and the crab at the top. So I think I got my setup correct, but did not get lucky enough to get the wild coat, so try again. Got 2 more tries at it. Nope. And 1 more try.
Wow. 3rd time's the charm, right?
Of course. This time guaranteed. This time I'll definitely 100%, I got it.
Of course.
There it is. All planned.
We can dupe the world coat as well, which is great.
Oh, it's true. Well, I don't really need to, though. You only need 1 wild coat. I'm actually going to refill my water glass here. This is actually a cutscene, progresses on its own.
You've been missing a great conversation.
I had to stay hydrated. Oops. The hell, mighty axe? Is this even good? Oh, sure. So I rearranged some equipment here because of what I got from the spring. Oops, where's the grindstone? Oh. I don't know if you can. So the reason the wild coat is so good, later in the game, there's some different strats now that don't use the wild coat as much, but there is something that it's really important for, which is just the initial trip in the West Ocean is much better with the wild coat on Shiba. So now I can go fast and probably go faster than most of the enemies in the Western Sea, which is really nice because, you know, there's a kind of slower strat that you would normally use where you set up your characters to kind of like protect Shiba. She'd normally have to eclipse everything, and then she's gonna maybe be a little too slow, but instead, because we have the wild coat, now we can go fast enough that we outspeed everything and can just eclipse everything to death before it gets a chance to act.
I can just stand by everything. And actually, though, before I do that, just for this region here, while we're still in the Eastern Sea, I'll use a void, but... Or actually, I think I'll need it for a little longer, but once I get to Western Sea, it'll be good to be faster than everything. And in Jupiter Lighthouse, which is another dungeon coming up.
Yeah, now we just have Shaman Village to do, and then I think it's Jupiter Lighthouse.
Yep. You go... There are actually so few dungeons left. You can, I think, name them on one hand. It's Shaman Village, Jupiter Lighthouse, Magma Rock, and then Mars Lighthouse, and that's the end of the game.
Yeah. And still about 2 hours left for just that.
Well, they are pretty long dungeons. Although I think if I were to rate it, I'd say Magma Rock is actually probably one of my favorite, or one of my favorite dungeons in this game. So, although you're collecting this gin now, I believe you could have collected this gin back when you were around Kibombo, but you just delay
it's
it
a while
till
ago.
now. Because the enemies in the area, the same area as the gin, are just Kibombo enemies. Did I have attacks first? No, I did not. Well, suppose,
Unfortunate decisions.
yes, I'm not sure what the text is that I'm seeing. It's not attacks first, but some other text. That I'm confusing for attacks first. Yes, there's pure poison. Yeah, pretty much you can just follow the shoreline till you find a couple of beaches. Go north, west, and we'll collect another gin. Head on to Shaman Village, where we get to find out what my trial road seed is now.
It's gonna be great.
I've never seen this trial road before, so we'll find out what it is.
There's quite a lot of encounters, by the way.
Yeah, well, you know, the marathon. Gotta show the people what the game is all about.
I mean, the game is about not fighting, so...
Well, I'm not actually sure how many variations there are on Trial Road. I'm not sure if it's just the order of puzzles that changes, or if there are actually different puzzles based on your name.
I think you get different puzzles.
So, clips, F, meteor, shader. 4 puzzles and a pool of 8 different ones to choose from. Okay. So I could get some puzzles that I have never seen before. Or...
show your skills in puzzle solving in this game.
well... let's see. It's been a long time since I played this game casually, so I don't really remember most of the, well, any of the other puzzles that I haven't seen before, so we'll find out what's what. Oh, unlucky. I need to start wasting Felix's PP as well. This area has a very weird property. I don't know if you want to describe it, FX. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Not quite sure, no. This is something I'm not familiar with.
Well, Shaman Village Cave is counted as like a town, so you don't, like you can't recover Jinn inside town, and then Shaman Village, the town, is considered a dungeon, so you can recover Jinn and PP inside the town, despite the fact that that doesn't make any sense.
I mean, it just sounds like a mistake, right?
Yeah, well, you know, I can fix this. Actually, for the best, really, because now I can waste more PP as well by reviving himself.
Planned.
I want a Mars.
Also, if they have more than like 90 HP, you can cure insecure wells to spend more synergy.
Yes, I actually forgot to do that, and I don't want to spend all of my synergy here, because if I do that, I will come to grief. So let's not do that. And the reason why I will come to grief is because I actually need to move one single pillar, so I need to have at least 2 synergy left. But yeah, you can retreat warp inside of Shaman Village, despite it being a town, where retreat shouldn't work, because, yeah, it's like considered a dungeon or something. Very strange property of this particular area, but yeah, for some reason they kind of messed up when they were assigning flags. Alright, but the real reason we came here to Shaman Village is actually to get the Hover Jade by trading this Shaman's Rod for a Hover Jade. But it turns out this guy Mopa, the chief of the village, is a huge douchebag, and he, even though he's supposed to be able to tell when someone is like a descendant of the Animos, and he's just supposed to give the descendant of the Animos Hover Jade when they bring the Shaman Rod, He looks Sheba, who is a descendant of the Animos, straight in the face and cannot tell, so he is blind and a terrible person, and I hate Mopa. If I may. His attitude doesn't agree with me. So I'm going to enter retreat mode here. Keep that in mind. Oops. Keep in mind that I entered retreat mode here. And we're going to go through another couple of cutscenes. Right, so even though he's just supposed to give us the hover jade, he's going to make us go through Trial Road first. Now, the plot of this game makes perfect sense. It just makes less sense when I only describe it in parts and very vaguely. But if you play the games, the plot makes plenty of sense. Some of Alex's motivations might be a little suspect, but generally, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, definitely. It's for the time frame this game was made for. Like, the story is pretty good.
Okay, so remember that I entered retreat mode when I entered this area. So even though we're in the middle of a tutorial, because it tries to change map. During the tutorial, and I'm in retreat mode, we get warped back to the Sanctum, which I guess is considered to be door 1 in this this town, because this town is considered a dungeon. So yeah, we get to skip the tutorial, and now we get to see what the hell I get for Trial Road. What's this? Okay, this is the burst one. Alright, I've seen this puzzle before. I know how to get past it.
Gonna be excited to see if we can... if all the puzzles are the same, that would be really funny.
So we'll just putting the weapons and Jenna's... Oh god, I've never seen this before. Uh-oh. Okay. How do I get past this?
You have to melt one of the pillars.
Okay, I see. I get it. I think. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay, I got it.
It's taking a bit longer than necessary, but as long as we beat Moapa.
I mean, I've never seen these puzzles, this puzzle before, alright? I don't even think I've ever seen it casually. Like, way back when I played this game casually for the first time.
I have no recollection of this one either, yeah.
And Mopa, too, is on
So
good
maybe
pace.
you just can't get...
What
maybe
the
you just
hell
don't get
is
if your
this?
character's named Felix.
Oh my dear lord in heaven, Okay. Wait, what?
So we're casting Warwind at least, that's for sure. Okay.
Interesting. What's this? Okay, this is an easy one. This is one I actually do know. Whew. Alright, we made it. The Christmas miracle, we made it.
We did it, guys.
Alright, now I gotta set up for MOPA. Goatsays, Petra, Mud, Gold, this should be Mud. Okay, we're good on that. And then let's see. Got Petra, Shade, Blitz.
I just gotta drop Felix gear.
That Mud and a. This is iron. There we go. Felix has the mist potion, and we're at full health, so we're good. And I forgot to drop everything that I was supposed to drop.
I even mentioned it.
Yeah, you look, just, you know, don't worry about it. This is fine. Oh god. No, it's fine. It's fine. Just do not worry about it. It's fine. It's actually true. I have, in a practice run, forgotten to pick up, or forgotten to drop the items, so I actually do have experience with this. So I do know what to do. Oops. Yes, it just means that I'm gonna have to actually collect the real Soul Blade when I go to Mars Lighthouse, which is a little slower, but it ultimately isn't that significant of a time loss.
Taking some damage here.
Alright, we're good. There we go, we made it. And now we get to hear the best song in the game. Man, weren't those some sick
This
beats?
is my jam, dude. This is my jam. Yeah, but now we're back at the boat.
So you get a full heal. when you leave Shaman Village. So, no worries there. So we're all ready to go directly to Jupiter Lighthouse.
Yeah, just traveling. Not much to say about it. We
Eventually,
have 3 more dungeons to go. And then
eventually we will be able to travel a little faster, but for now, a lot of slow sailing. Enemies here actually are quite dangerous. If I didn't have the wild coat, I'd be doing a setup where I'd be using Haze to protect Shiva while Shiva does Eclipse, and then we just kind of hope the other characters don't die. But because we have wild coat, we're going to be faster than most things, so we don't need to worry too much about that. Take a stop in that con to go reset my encounter timer. I'm going to collect a second mint here for a strat later in the game. Caught by surprise, but this is a good encounter. Or I thought it was a good encounter until this happened. But, so, essentially, if you get 2 scorpions in a single encounter, at least 2 scorpions, the text name for the scorpions is so long that... That's interesting. Oh, that's this. Okay. Yeah, it's so long that it actually changes the scorpions, like, their names data spills over into the scorpions' level data, and they actually lose levels. So the average level of the encounter is dropped, and you can run from encounters with scorpions. So earlier I was thinking about, I was having trouble remembering whether or not it was based on your enemy's level or whether it was based on the area you were in, but thinking about it now, because you can run from the devil scorpions, I think FX is in fact correct, and it is based on the average level of your enemies, because
I mean, you could still, there's like, it's just because of some overflow thing that the level gets lowered.
yeah. Well, yeah, the devil scorpions become like level 1 basically, or something, like
Yeah.
level
Yeah,
0.
now they're level 1.
So they become so low level that you can just easily run away from those encounters. but only if there's more than one Devil Scorpion, because if there aren't more than one, then the overflow doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's it happens in the first game as well, but only in Spanish, I want to say.
Really? Secret text Spanish is fastest version?
I think, like, generally you'll, maybe it's Italian, but generally the text boxes, like, for cutscenes are going to be much longer. So you'll lose time compared to running
Rip.
from, like, one encounter.
Rip all those extra vowels in Italian. Oops. Is that... Can I miss an attacks first?
I can't even tell.
I don't think so this time, no.
Okay, good. That is a good thing.
Also, just vibe on the Jupiter theme.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Hmm. 17 health, huh? Alright. Not to worry. Actually, I need to waste Felix's PP, so that's kind of a yikes. Should be healing with Felix instead.
Yeah, I think you could have done cure, and then cure well.
I'll endeavor to remember this. I always do have a little bit of difficulty remembering to heal with the right character, but yes, there is a dungeon between Jupiter and Mars Lighthouse. It's Magma Rock. How could you forget Magma Rock, the best dungeon? My favorite dungeon. I actually always end up calling it Mars Rock, which is, you know, not correct, but somehow I get mixed up between Mars Lighthouse and Magma Rock.
The Magma Lighthouse and the Mars Rock, you know. Yeah, Magma Rock has some really cool glitches and skips.
Oh, whoops. I always take a few steps before remembering I gotta retreat out of here. No way, man. Ayers Rock? No. Ayers Rock's got nothing on Magma Rock. Has cooler skips, I think, actually, but I like the music for Magma better. So you do have to go through this pillar room several times. But you know, whatever. There is another path you can take in this, but apparently, on average, you get one more encounter if you take the other path, which is just to the north in this room with the two angel statues that I'm flying up in. And that has you push some pillars to create a shortcut. Anyway, on average, you'll take one more encounter doing that than if you just do the pillar room. So, overall, better to do the pillar room instead. Just do the pillar room 3 times. Oh dear. Well, so I'm coming up on... Well, not quite yet, but I will have to waste a lot of PP on Felix.
Yeah, you're
69 PP, in fact. How about that?
pretty nice.
But, unfortunately, Oh, wait. No, never mind. Yep, just gotta waste a lot of PP on Felix. Not much I can do to avoid that, actually, but...
You could have probably drained on the pillar by spamming move.
Well, that's the thing, is that you just do it here anyway, so... That's what I was actually had the exact same thought, but you just do it
you
here.
can do this one.
Yeah, I'm wasting PP so I can activate retreat mode, which is using retreat without the correct amount of PP to actually use it.
Flexa likes to say that I discovered it, but I mean, discover is a bit of a big word.
Is this a TAS strat, even?
The move spamming? Yeah, it's using the task.
Surely that was attacks first, okay.
Yes, it was. Sure.
It leads to some
Yeah, I guess-
odd behavior. Here we
I guess
go.
we could explain retreat glitching again, because it's like quite far into the run. People might have joined that don't know. So when you use retreat, the game will think that you're back in this original room, even if you're not. So all the doors from the first room are gonna be allocated to doors in your current room, and you can kind of abuse it to skip parts of dungeons.
Yeah. So, it's like, say I'm in some random room, right? And the door next to me is door 5 in the dungeon, right? Room 2, door 5. Alright? When I use retreat, it thinks I'm in the first room of the dungeon. The very first room of the dungeon. Because when you use retreat, right, it moves you automatically to the first room of dungeon. That's the whole point of the retreat glitch. Or that's the whole point of the retreat psi energies, to put you back in the first room of dungeon. So you use it, and the game thinks you're in the first room of the dungeon, even though you're not. So you step into room 2, door 5, and it thinks you're in room... You're going through room 1, door 5. So it puts you wherever room 1, door 5 would be, even though you didn't go through that door. Which you can use to go all over the place, right? It's just, it's... It can have some very strange behavior. Like, if you don't, if there's no door assigned to that particular, or like there's no area assigned to whatever door you're going through, like the game will just warp you to Madra, outside of Madra, town.
Yeah, it's like a fail-safe, so you don't, like, crash your game.
Yeah, it's very, very weird behavior. And yeah, the retreat glitch that I just did was when I was falling, so it's has some very strange behavior for later. It'll put me out of bounds later in the dungeon.
And then another part of retreat glitch is that you can also save your coordinates from the room you used retreat in, and then have those coordinates like put in the first room if you save and reset. But since we're not resetting in this category, we can't use that particular part of the retreat work.
But it is used heavily in any percent, I think.
Yeah, you can get out of bounds really easily because of it. Because usually, like, you have the antechamber of a dungeon, which is like a small room, and then there's a bunch of doors. And then if you use retreat, like, in a really large room, you'll have a coordinate that's nowhere within bounds of the first room.
And yes, the same way that retreat glitch shuffles the doors around to be like, oh, what's in the first room of the dungeon, it also shuffles around like chest IDs, because I believe the way the game handles chest IDs is like similar to doors, like chest, like room 1, chest 3 or something, and that's
Something
why
like that.
like, items
and
stuff.
again, it doesn't work like that in the first game because they had enough space to not do it like that, but they didn't have enough space in this game to put all the items in like a specific item, like memory location.
Yeah, so they get shuffled around when you use a retreat, the retreat glitch, and stuff like items that you can pick up, so like the soul blade, or sorry, like psi energy stones, also like count in that same kind of item list, I guess.
Yeah.
And so that means that's why you can pick up the soul blade from a psi energy stone in Ayers Rock.
Yeah, and it's also how you can open one chest multiple times.
Yes. Because I think what is it's like even the text that says you already opened this chest is like
Yeah, it's
part of
not
that
loaded.
table. And even though you can't like actually get the soul blade in Ayers Rock, that's due to the way the game handles the chests. So when it looks up the chest, it's like a memory. It looks up a piece of memory that isn't even in the dungeon or whatever. And that piece of memory just ends up giving you the soul blade. If you want a more technical description of how getting the soul blade works, there's a video on YouTube about it. I think if you look up early soul blade, you might be able to find it. Anyways, here's the room that's gonna fall. So that's what the falling coordinates were from that earlier retreat glitch. So it lets me skip a few rooms that have some very long hover puzzles. But instead I can just go ahead and not have to do those.
Nearing the end of Jupiter Lighthouse, which is always useful, because it tends to drag on a bit.
Where am I going? Yes, right. Of course. Where am I going? Don't worry about it.
Somewhere to the end.
Alright, this is the third and last time we'll see this filler puzzle. Now, if you played the first Golden Sun game, you'll know these characters we're about to see, but if you didn't play the first Golden Sun game, you won't know anything about anything, so don't worry about it. Just know that these are our friends, and we want to help them out.
Oh right, we named me as Sonic. That's so good.
Man, everyone seems to have played TLA first.
I didn't. But that's because when we had Golden Sun, the second game wasn't out yet.
Yeah, I received the first game, and that's how I actually found out about the series. So, it's actually funny. I received the first game, and at first I didn't like it, but then I started, so this is actually a funny thing about the intro. The first game has an intro that's about 45 minutes long, and when I first received Golden Sun, I tried to play a new game, and the intro dragged on for so long that I decided I did not like the game, and I stopped playing it. Some months later, I loaded up a save file that was already on the cartridge, and I discovered that the game was actually good, and so I started again and suffered through the intro, and started playing the game, and I really enjoyed it. And then the second game was like this mythical cartridge that I just could never find. because at the time I didn't have any online shopping capability. So it took me quite a while to get to this, so you might say it was sort of lost cartridge for me. And then when I finally got it, I really enjoyed the second game, and I do think that the second game is better, but if you have never played the first game, it is worth going back to. I think, excellent series, you know. Just saying.
I'm a big fan of the first game, for multiple reasons, but it not being such a crazy commitment in terms of time is one of them. Because the second game really does take a lot longer to run.
This is true. Roughly double the length if you're not like really good at it.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's something like that. Just 2 hours extra, roughly.
Right, so I'm glossing over it, but yeah, Karsten Agatio, because Isaac, or I guess Bubsy.
Felix in this case, Bubsy.
Yeah,
Bubsy and co.
Bubsy and his pals beat up the villains in the first game, but Karst is the sister of the villain of the first game, so she's all angry about it, and they take revenge on Bubsy, and then, but Bubsy's our friend, so we want to help him out, so we stop them from killing Bubsy, and then for whatever reason they betray us, even though we have the same goal of lighting the lighthouses. They betray us and steal our last lighthouse lighting device, if you will.
Elemental Star, mate.
Yes. And then, yeah, then they go off and fail to light the last lighthouse because they're a couple of jobbers, but see, I have to get them over with the crowd, so I'm gonna job to them right here. If you get my wrestling terminology. But it's faster to die here than it is to actually fight. So, gonna go ahead and end myself. Wow, Agatio, could you maybe give me this kind of RNG in an actual PvE attempt? Maybe.
Rolling Flame is the best one by far, right?
Yeah, it does the most damage across the whole team. Look at this, all attacks. None of this cage Ginfest bullshit. What the hell?
This is amazing.
This is actually really good. I never get this in actual PvE attempts. Man. Oh, there's the Ginfest. And Rolling Flame, which kills in one hit. Come on, man. What the heck? I'm being ripped off.
That's so sick. I mean, that must have been one of the best Karsten Agatio fights you've ever done.
I mean, like, it could have been maybe a little bit faster, but the fact that they actually attacked every turn is, like, it's insane, because it's, like, generally, like, I'll just get Cage, which is a move that does no damage, and Jinfest, which is another move that does no damage, and you just won't die, and the goal is to die as fast as possible, so yeah, it's quite awkward. But yeah, that was a good fight. Yes, you can win the fight. It's easier and faster just to die, but if you do want to, when you're playing this game casually, or yeah, for 100%,
So
yeah, you can win.
now we have a reunion to go for.
Yes.
And I mean, we better go because I mean, Bubsy is waiting for us. Like he's gonna chase us down if we don't.
I mean, you know, Sonic is waiting there too, and can't run
Yeah.
faster than Sonic, so even got blue hair. All right, so I haven't quite done them. Like I don't know if there's fancy routing I could do for this menu here coming up, but there's some fancy new strategy for this this next big Jin menu with the reunion, where you get all the 4 characters from the original Golden Sun game just added onto your party, plus all the Jin that they have with them. So it's big reorganization menu. But I'm gonna do things a little differently. It's like, so the setup that we have is a very complicated menu for the reunion that we used to do, but I'm trying out some new strats here, some cutting edge strategy that should greatly simplify this menu that I'm about to do here. Gonna be a lot of moving Jin around.
Wait, so we're not just gonna use Bubsy's party after the reunion, right? We're gonna actually do something else.
No, so what we're gonna do is we're setting up, we're just gonna run away from everything in Magma Rock. So in order to do this, we're probably gonna die in battle a lot. So we're gonna set ourselves up to be a little bit tanky, as well as have Revive and Wish synergies on pretty much everyone in the main party. So how we do this, first off, I wonder, actually, okay, I'll just start trading. Okay, so Shiba. So I'm also gonna do some setup here that's gonna simplify my menuing when I get to Mars Lighthouse, which hopefully will save me some time. So I should have just enough in. Leave one on Jenna. One Venus on Jenna. This will give her the growth psi energy. just enough to fill out all Mercury there. And I just realized I was trading off with Bubsy, which is not what I was supposed to be doing.
So we go back and fix it. Or
I'll just fix it later. Okay, so this is good. Yeah. Then you have, No. Alright. Wait, that's not right. There we go. Alright, so this is our party. We're gonna use here. And so we're just gonna run from everything. Now, we may not attack, we may not escape on the first try, probably won't. It's a very low chance to run, but it's still slightly faster, or maybe, like, it's also luck-based too, but it's overall, I think, faster or of equal speed to killing everything. So, I think it's worth it. It also simplifies the menus, so... it just makes things easier to deal with. How much time does the save and retreat glitch save to run? I'm not entirely sure how much time it saves exactly.
it's not that much.
Yeah, most of the time saved is from RNG manipulation in the categories that allow saving and quitting, but you can save some additional time.
Yeah, it's probably in the realm of like 10 minutes or something. Maybe a little bit more.
Oh yes, and I forgot to equip this.
Alright, you need to lift gem only for that specific part.
Yes, it is gated by just that. Also, we get a look at one of my favorite glitches in the game, the burst glitch. So burst, the psi energy, does not care about Z coordinates. It cares about X and Y coordinates, but it does not care about Z coordinates. So you can just use burst on things that you should not be able to burst, as long as the X and Y coordinates are the correct ones. So yeah, you can skip a lot of things in this dungeon by just bursting on the wrong Z level. There's also another blind climb here that you can do, much the same as the blind climb that you would do in Ayers Rock. I'm not going to do the blind climb, I'm going to do a different version of it. And my version of it is a little bit more visually interesting and significantly easier. So, but it is slightly slower than the blind climb, I should say. We'll have more, see more of that later. So yeah, I'm just bursting parts of the cliff that doesn't look like it's doing much, but it is bursting objects high above me. So I have to pick either Isaac or Felix to waste PP on. I'm gonna waste PP on Felix. Or rather, Isaac. It's a little confusing having Felix be named Isaac. Still, but
Yeah, but you're talking about Bubsy, obviously.
no, I mean, I'm talking about Isaac.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Sure.
Yes, that makes it all better.
Yeah, there's a lot of bursts in this dungeon where you just have fun with it, ignoring Z coordinates.
Makes it interesting.
There's also some soft lock thing in this area, right? I don't remember how it works.
A soft lock?
Yeah, you can soft lock the game in this area, but I don't remember how.
Oh yes, I think. So you can get underneath the lava, or you can like stand inside the lava, and so
No,
you
it's
can,
like
you can walk
you,
up an area that there's no way to get out of. Like you can't lower the lava either.
no, I mean the game actually like freezes
Oh, really?
with like one of the burst statues. You can like out here.
Oh,
There's some.
well, I don't know about that one, but. Alright, I'm gonna force an encounter here. Yeah, so I just wasted all my PP so that I can do the retreat glitch. And then I'm gonna force an encounter here. Then use the retreat glitch. Go down here.
Yeah, so funny enough, Phoenixes are great for your new strat because they don't get a second action when you run.
Oh yeah, that saves time. Oh, yeah. So the burst glitch, while under the retreat glitch here, bursts a move pillar and destroys a move pillar, even though that shouldn't be possible. But the thing is that the hitbox, like the area where you're able to stand on the move pillar, is still there. So I can stand on air here, and I get an encounter while standing on top of the move pillar, which hopefully I'll get this encounter soon.
Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't take too much wiggling. Oh, this is quite a lot of wiggling.
Alright. But then it resets back to normal, but the move pillar isn't there, so I just fall down. And that skips having to go around through the whole puzzle. This method is a little bit slower than the blind climb. I'm not sure by how much, but it's slower because you have to get an extra encounter. And if you want to be not risky, you have to force an extra encounter as well. But it's not like extremely, like a lot slower than the blind climb. It's just a little slower. It's also much easier because you can actually see where you're going. Oops.
Yeah, the blind climb is like the first one in Erzrock is okay, but the Magma Rock blind climb is super difficult. So it makes sense to try and skip that and only lose a little bit of time.
Yeah, so I prefer this method. It's also a little more visually interesting since you can actually see where you're going. But yeah, either way, you want to skip that puzzle.
Yeah, I think your character's level 27 when you use a bronze password.
So all 4 of my characters in my main party have Revive and Wish. So every time we get damaged in battle or whatever, you can just Wish and restore your HP. And if you die, you can just use Revive, which is a little bit less menuing than if you were killing everything here with Eclipse. Oops. Well, not if you mess up the menu, but generally it's just a little bit faster on the menuing side. Although if you fail to escape several times, you can obviously lose some time there, but generally not a problem. Okay, we become Lava Jesus and just walk on lava. Next first. Don't worry about that. We'll be doing it again soon.
Yeah, just Lava Jesus, that's...
I mean, why not? Alright.
Well, rip. Isaac getting clapped, but it's not that big a deal.
So you can, because of our setup, we can just go into the menu and revive. Pretty easy. No real problems there. This might be a little problematic though. Oh no, we're fine. Oops. Oops. Again? Now there's a specific setup I'll try here that allows you to burst this and then run very quickly back. Run very quickly back to the moving platforms that are going to appear here and get on the first cycle. We'll see if I can get it. I might not. It doesn't always work. Alright, I got it. That saves just a little bit of time over waiting for the next cycle. I believe it is sub-pixel dependent. So, yeah. Hope you're lucky, basically.
Or just get good, if you ask me.
Just see the sub-pixels, man. Oh, so there was a, in that fight, there was an example of a low IQ enemy.
Yeah.
Where he tried to cast a Psynergy but didn't have the PP for it.
Wow.
Oops.
so this, like, the swinging from the chains part is kind of random as well, by the way. But it's likely they had planned another synergy, but then decided not to because they didn't have time, probably.
Yeah. Or something like that. Had maybe some different puzzles planned, but didn't end up using it. That's one of the reasons why you want to keep, like, that's something you set up at the reunion, is just so that one of your Jupiter adepts still has the whirlwind synergy, just for that part. And it'll save some menuing or setting up for Mars Lighthouse as well.
You need to actually grab Soul Blade, by the way, if you don't, just so you don't forget.
Yes, when I get to Mars Lighthouse, I will have to get that.
Just figured I would mention it.
No, it's good. Because I will forget, probably.
Oh, pages of freaking symbols. Yeah, I mean, gold is a big bait anyway. You should never use it. Because all the items are useless.
Your coins, though. All those
all the
coins.
Money. All the money.
Rip Melon.
Yeah, they're going kind of ham.
Oh, rip all of my guys.
This is a pretty unlucky, unlucky fight. Wow, is that 4 run and fail? That's insane.
Fine, though. Just have to set my party back in order here. And there we go.
No issues.
Same exact encounter. If we escape this time.
That's good, that's good.
Okay, much better. Now, we're almost done with Mars. I was about to call it Mars Rock. We're almost done with Magma Rock.
On our way to Magma Lighthouse.
Alright, so now we're gonna... There's a little bit of puzzles left in this area, but instead of doing that, we're just gonna skip that and pretend that that didn't happen. And we're just gonna warp through this door and right at the tablet. And get Blaze, which is the main point of coming here. But we also still have to collect an item called the Magma Ball. So be grabbing that right after this. But the nice thing about warping in here, as opposed to coming in here normally, you can actually leave through the way you're intended to come in, through these one-way blocks, which is much faster than the intended exit. Also, something interesting is if you've ever had the, like, had to go all the way around and pick up the magma ball, turns out you can actually pick up the magma ball despite there being no stone there. Because why not?
Now Melon has a magma ball.
And then you just retreat out of there.
Alright, just one dungeon left.
Yeah, just the end of the game. Because why not? They ran out of time. I'm pretty sure when they were developing.
Yeah, a bunch
this.
of empty stuff. Like, I mean, there's a bunch of empty stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, there was probably a lot of planned stuff for the rest of the West Ocean, but kind of didn't get a chance to do it. So, in the end, we just have our bonus dungeons left. If you want more content. We're gonna collect the best gin. Lol.
Yeah, Lola's busted.
Has a very interesting effect. Whereby, when you use a lull, it just ends the turn after that character's action. So, depending on what speed that character acts, you can just skip a boss's entire turn. Which is pretty good.
So now we have a cannon on our boat, and we just go blow up some ice.
Yep, so we're just gonna head to the northern reaches and towards Mars Lighthouse. Alright. For some reason, there's this weird mixture of open sea enemies as well as magma rock enemies. I'm not really sure in this area, so it's kind of weird. But well, whatever. Oh, looks like we didn't see any magma rock enemies, but there are some here. You can run into chimeras and phoenixes here. Oh, I probably should cure that poison, actually. Oops.
Venom isn't that painful. It's all good. Yes. You can just ignore that.
Sometimes it's actually good to leave poison on.
Yeah, because you can freely reduce your synergy.
But in this case, we want to full heal. Well, I don't actually need to go to the shop because I forgot to drop everything and dupe the items. So we'll just skip that. So if you drop things in Trial Road, when you get out of Trial Road, the game, because you had to put items in chests along the way in Trial Road, when you finish, it would return your inventory to the state it was at before Trial Road, which allows you to like drop artifacts, and then when you drop an artifact, it enters the global shop inventory. So you would be able to drop artifacts and then buy them back again, even though you got them back after you finished Trial Road. So it allows you to dupe items. Anyway, I was supposed to dupe the Soul Blade, War Gloves, and Thorn Crown off of Felix on Trial Road, and I forgot to do that. So I'm just gonna have to go collect the OG Soul Blade in Mars Lighthouse. But it's not a serious time loss.
Yeah, normally you just walk past it, so it's not really.
Right, so I think there's like 45 minutes of the game left. To an hour? 45 minutes to an hour left.
Yeah, worth noting, the current world record is 5 hours, 44 minutes, and 38 seconds, which are coming up on right now. And that's helped by Plexa. You could probably find the world record video on his YouTube if you just search for like the last stage, no save and quit world record.
Very impressive performance by Plexa as well.
So basically, we're now starting the final dungeon, and he's already done with the game.
Crits? No. I'm just gonna go ahead and trade some gin around here to set up for the final dungeon. Done. He's done. Yeah. Okay. Okay, good. We're all set up. That didn't take too long, I hope.
Anyway, this is the best setup for the final dungeon here. And it is, what a fantastic setup it is. The double ninja setup. So, you put...
Yeah, because Shuriken is busted.
Yeah, you put Isaac in... Well, Isaac and Bubsy. There you go, that works. You put Isaac and Bubsy in the ninja class. And that gives them a lot of speed. And then you can use the Shuriken Psi Energy, which deals damage based on your attack stat. And you can just clear out enemies really quickly because you have dual soul blades. Now, I forgot to duplicate the soul blade, so I do not have dual soul blades. I have a single soul blade. So until I get the actual soul blade from the basement, I won't quite be able to deal as much damage as I would like, but yeah, that's not far off, so... Not
Yeah,
too
I mean,
bad.
the main point of the double ninja is to double Shuriken stuff, but because we don't have the second soul blade, we're gonna be lacking some damage if we do that, so we have to improvise.
Yeah, Shine Plasma can generally take the place of a Shuriken, so it's not too bad.
I mean, in terms of frame times, Shine Plasma is a lot slower than Shuriken, but yeah, it's not the worst.
Well, excuse me. I think I still have boost on, yeah, push on that. That's not gonna work. So, if I need to fill time after this run, which I probably will, I will also save before the final boss. I'll see if I can show off the super boss as well. But that's a little ways off yet.
Yeah, about half an hour away.
So I just did a little skip there with the fire spout.
Oh, I thought you were close enough, but then you managed to do it anyway.
So, if you enter a menu, the fire from the fire spout disappears. So it allows you to have a very brief window where you're able to run past before the fire comes back. So you can use that to skip past that little puzzle there. I'll have to do a total of 3 of those skips in this dungeon. 2 of them on that exact same fire spout. Oops. Was that attacks first? No, I was seeing something else.
Yeah, I'll look for it in the replay, but nah.
I don't know what it is I'm seeing, but I'm seeing something that looks like it could be attacks first, but it's definitely not attacks first. Oops. Alright, so... Oh dear. So yeah, we're getting closer to the basement. We'll be fighting a boss in the basement. There's one more boss before the final boss. You also get the teleport stone here, teleport lapis. If you're playing this game casually, you can, when you're on the world map, you can use teleport to go to any town you've already been to.
Yeah, it's like quick travel.
Which is not super useful in the speed run, although I think maybe in like 100%.
Yeah, in the max percent, it's useful.
But in this category, we only use it a few times on some teleport pads. But not super useful.
Alright, I guess do it again.
Alright, good. So 2 out of 3 skips done, which is pretty good because those are the worst ones. The first 2 are really bad. The third one's not so bad.
It seems kind of random that there's like reveal synergy in Mars Lighthouse, but
Hey, they had to make
Oh, well.
reveal mandatory somehow.
yeah.
You gotta race this dragon head as quickly as you can, or if you let it get ahead of you, it will set fire to one of those chalices and a giant fireball will knock you into a pit. Pretty good getting past that. Also, if you take the teleport pad I just ran past, you'll have the same scenario where you're teleported directly in front of a giant fireball and you won't have enough time to move. So you have to first prevent that from happening, like the fireball from forming. Then you can go back and teleport on the teleport pad.
That's because it was originally meant to be on the SNES, Pandu. They actually made all of it for SNES, and then they had to port it basically to GBA.
So here's the Soul Blade, the original Soul Blade. I have to grab this. So now Isaac, or rather Bubsy, can actually do damage. I don't actually think I can get out of here without falling, so... Oops. But now we actually are for real in the double ninja setup. So I can do shuriken and kill enemies with double shuriken.
Hogsham. Alright, boss fight coming up pretty soon.
Yep, so as soon as I get the double ninja set up, I have to break it up so that I can fight this boss. But you know, that's just how it is.
Unlucky. It just do be like that sometime.
I'll put it back together after this fight, though, so no worries there. It will return. First, you're good. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, that should be good. Okay. So, flash. Pepper brown. Pepper tight. And then just let's go.
Alright, boss fight coming up. Let's go. Just press Eclipse a couple times and GG.
If only it were so simple. We are using the kite in here, which allows you to get 2 actions in 1 turn. Pretty good. I'll be able to eclipse twice in 1 turn. So more eclipse for your viewing pleasure, even though you don't actually get to see it. I'll let some of the animations play in the final boss fight, why not?
Yeah, I think if we play Eclipse here in the final boss and maybe Cruel Ruin, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I got the time for it, I think.
Yeah, we're not exactly on record pace, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal.
Oops. There we go. Alright, that should do it.
Just like final boss remaining then. Also, I see a little bit of discussion in the chat about why Dark Dawn didn't do so well, and a big reason is that when they released Dark Dawn for the DS, they were just about to phase out the DS as the handheld system of choice. So, yeah.
Oops.
Yeah, just a little bit of setup and a few puzzles. We're done.
We need those guys to chill out in the basement, they'll be fine.
They're chilling.
Oops. Oh, I didn't.
And yeah, the music in this dungeon is top tier, but there's even better music coming up on the final boss.
how did I have this set up again? Petra round for Echo for Char. He's done. That's done. That's okay, good. So here and then whoops. Right. Well, okay, good. We're done. Back to Double Ninja. What? What? Oh boy, Laser Time. Now that's a podcast I used to listen to. So they're still around. Just kidding. And I don't listen to them anymore. End up having a situation for me to listen to them, but good stuff. Yes, something nice about Shuriken, you do not have to target it. It does the same damage to both enemies.
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't look like it there, but that's just because the enemies are different. Oh yeah, and the reason I got so much experience from that encounter is because it had a Firebird in it. And Firebirds give a lot of experience when they die.
I mean, I think the equal damage to all enemies wasn't like intended for Shuriken. They just kind of forgot, and then they just made it busted.
So this is a range because I'm too low leveled. A couple more levels and Isaac's attack, or sorry, Bubsy's attack should be high enough.
Just fight some Wonderbirds.
Yes, definitely gonna do that. Yep, that's definitely in the plan. Just grind in your speedrun, why not? You do it in Dragon Quest. Oh, this is exactly what I thought would happen. Just one Ackerman, of those is fun. Use Tornado instead, which I actually should be using anyway for this. So Ackermanas are enemies that have more health than your standard other enemy in this area, so they require some fine-tuning to your battle plan.
They also do a lot of damage if you let them.
Yes, so you want to kill them as quickly as possible, so you gotta add in some psi energy there. Oh, I add attacks first. If I can ever get out of the menu.
That's the real struggle. Like, pressing B enough times without messing it up.
Okay, so what I could be doing here is double attack Tornado. Be quick. And it is faster to double attack enemies instead of just using shuriken on everything. It's also a waste of PP to use shuriken on everything. Which actually, now that I think about it, I probably should be wasting a little bit of PP with one
Yeah,
of
you
my.
should need to retreat at the end of this line.
Yes. So, but well, you know what? Whatever. It's fine. It'll be fine. Because at the end of these 4 sort of mini dungeons attached to Mars Lighthouse, I'm gonna want to do a retreat glitch and skip the 4th little mini dungeon. But
You could just use Thunderclap, by the way, with Felix to burn mana or PP.
that's true. I don't want to burn PP yet, because I'm not quite at the end there yet, but I will be doing it eventually.
See, I think we have about 10 minutes of dungeon and then a boss fight.
Could be something like that, yeah. Well, maybe a little bit longer than that, but not too much longer.
It also depends on the encounter RNG, of course.
Yes. These Megados are not helping. Perhaps if it was an Akamana. Speak of the Akamana and he shall appear.
Yeah, that's pretty much how that works.
Okay. Well, the last of those little skips with the fire spouts they're coming up. Then we'll be free. We'll be free of those problems. So with any luck, I'll make it on first try. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, well, you can hope.
Oh, you know what? I have the perfect way to waste PP. Now that I think about it. Forget casting Thundercloud. I got the strats. I just thought of it. No problem.
Okay, excited to see it.
Alright, see if I can't get past this. Whew, first try.
Of course, first try.
Yeah, sometimes that can be really annoying. But yeah, that's 3 out of 3 skips, which is really nice.
Was that a visual bug?
Which?
Like when you transition, like the image of the bird showed up for like a few frames, like in the bottom left.
Oh. Yeah, maybe. I'd believe it. This is gonna be a lot of XP. 2 Firebirds. And yet didn't level up that many times. Alright. Still can't hit the range on these guys. Actually, I'm sure... Okay, maybe not 1 damage away. Actually.
Why didn't you cure with Felix? Or Isaac,
Oh,
I guess.
Yeah. Just
Just making it interesting. Making it interesting.
Just don't worry about it, man.
We still have opportunities to.
What?
Take a look.
Here's the strat. Take 1 damage. Potent cure everyone. Take 1 damage.
Yep.
Potent cure everyone. There you go. Problem solved. But very
You're gonna
easy.
synergy for sure. You can.
Well, just don't worry about that. Couldn't possibly run into Akamanas or anything.
Nah, that would be silly.
Be easy, no problems. Alright, so now you trigger the 1 wing, then you just use the activate retreat mode and do it again, and this activates the last one, so you don't have to worry about that. Then you just retreat for real with your other character that has retreats. And that's that. So now I can just go right to the final boss.
Yeah, and the strategy for the final boss is gonna revolve around spamming Eclipse as much as possible. And then removing as many actions from the boss as possible as well.
So yeah, you rotate a bunch of different Jin. I'm actually also going to... Well, I'm going to do my setup here. And then I'll save the game.
Yeah.
Long scene inside of a sanctum. I do not know what scene that is, but there is like an extended ending sequence. Whoops. What's wow? Please, please. Okay. No, that's that might be the first game. If you mean Animos Sanctum or bonus boss, maybe. I want to check. Actually, yeah. So Isaac is just a little too slow to outspeed the boss here. Just in case, I'm gonna make a save here, but also just so I can reload for the bonus boss. But we use 1 mint on Isaac. Hopefully, this puts him over. He is 1 agility too slow.
That's super unlucky.
Unfortunate. But, well, whatever. It only matters for 1 edge case scenario, so, hopefully we just don't get that edge case scenario. The edge case scenario is where he is unable to use the Mud Djinn before the boss attacks. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but it is possible, and then things really go down the tubes at that point, so hopefully, yeah, we should be fine. Right, so time on this game is when the smiley above Kraden's head disappears in the final scenes after the final boss. So I'll call it out when it gets closer.
Yeah, it's... I mean, there's like a 5-minute cutscene after the final boss, so...
And yeah, I don't know if there's another runner ready to go, or if I should show off Dullahan if I can. Like, I know I'm probably ahead, like pretty far ahead of estimate. But if I need to burn time, I can show off the bonus boss. Like the super boss. So, should I do that?
Alright, yeah. I should be able to do that.
Alright, absolute banger of a tune incoming, guys.
Okay, so I just need to get mud off. That's all that needs to happen here. Just let me win. Just let me win. Okay, we got him.
Alright. Win secure.
Because if that Earth Force that just happened hits Isaac, you lose. Like, before he's able to do mud, you just lose after that. So, yeah, good that that didn't happen.
Yeah, the fight is going well so far. Not much to say about it. We're just listening to the music.
Essentially, you're rotating Ground, Petra, and Lol in order to skip all of the dangerous actions that the boss can take. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. And then, while you're rotating through those 3 Jinn, you just cast Judgment and Eclipse, and eventually kill the boss, basically. This was a strategy devised by Regnstrice. Again, very good member, like very
An upstanding chap.
exactly. A real stand-up guy, yes.
So, as the Doom Dragon loses heads, it becomes more aggressive and gains more actions per turn. And it will also choose more destructive actions. So maybe we can let some of the cutscenes play out.
Yes, that's right.
Well, I'll see if I let the clips play out here.
Maybe the Doom Dragon will also smash some. But yeah, this is one of the best summons. Yeah, maybe we could get to see Cruel Ruin at some point. Depends if we get unlucky, I guess.
Well, it should do it sometime in the third phase. It should definitely do Cruel Ruin. It almost guaranteed. It's almost guaranteed to do it. It's somewhere in the third phase. I'm guessing Cruel Ruin? No, next turn maybe?
You never know.
Metal. That's it? Well, I guess we won't get to see Cruel Ruin.
That's pretty crazy, actually. It's not cast a single Cruel Ruin.
That's not usual. Like that's really strange. Almost guaranteed you see Cruel Ruin at least once, but crazy. Oh, whoops. This should do the job.
Yeah, he should be down. GG. So yeah, there's like a 5-minute cutscene now, and then it will be time.
Oh yeah, so I saw next runner is ready. Should I just we just cut it off then? Well, rip Doulahan. Alright.
Unlocku. Yeah, what do you know, guys? Turns out the dragon was her parents. Bible thump.
A real metaphor for domestic abuse or something, I don't know. just like well, alright, yeah, there we go. Yeah. We should make a petition to stop them from transforming people into giant fire-breathing lizards. That will definitely work. I mean, don't you just hate it when that happens? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the worst. Ah.
Well, so I'm not going to do the super boss, but may I show the ending sequence? Not very long, I don't think. But, a little bit funny.
I think in total, from here, it will be like 10 minutes to do the ending sequence.
Alright. So time is coming up. Really quickly here.
You said time is coming up and here and just BAM! Time!
Oh dear. We'll be at the end of this cutscene. Okay, time's coming right up. Almost here. And... time.
Alright, so we just have a nice sequence to watch. It will be like... five-ish minutes, I guess.
Yeah, not too much. Hey, wow, 6:36. Like 5 minutes off my PB.
Yeah, we had some really good RNG this run, dude.
You say that, but how many
Some
gin
bad RNG
fleas?
too, but I mean...
How many gin fleas did I get? Some unfortunate.
Yeah, but the boss fights were so smooth.
Yeah, some of those boss fights were really good, definitely. Poseidon in particular did not go poorly, which is always good.
And a lot of the time loss is probably like you making mistakes as well, because you did forget a couple things here and there, which is bound to happen with the run that long.
A little bit, yeah. I blame the Jin. That's my official stance on the matter.